about now? Dude, it's just one of those days. I feel like I'm in a Limp Bizkit song. I'm not kidding. It is so crazy. Like, did all this work last 2 days for my job, right? Did absolutely everything that I could think of to do. Didn't think I had forgotten anything, and then left a whole bunch of my shit at work. So I had to drive all the way out to where I work today in order to pick up my stuff. That was the first reason why I was late. Then the next thing was I was going to post a calendar telling you guys like what days I could stream, what days I couldn't stream, because I'm doing all these doctor appointments, right? And I find out about a last minute doctor appointment I knew nothing about that's day after tomorrow. So the way it looks, I can maybe stream some today and tomorrow, and then that's it for the whole week. Then I go to like turn OBS on, I get a drive state power failure, have to restart the PC, and then it insists on installing an update because of course Windows does. So have to install the PC again. Then I find that a whole bunch of my stream information hasn't been synced correctly, and it thinks that I'm playing Ultra Kill, so I had to go through and individually fix all that. Then my camera stopped working for whatever reason, so I had to restart OBS. And then I finally get the stream going. Everything's good. Post a message on Discord. We're groovy, right? Microphone dies. So as soon as I get on stream and I go to tell you guys, man, life has been kicking my ass here lately. You don't even hear it because the microphone didn't pick it up. Whew, God, man, I just attract bullshit. I swear to God, I do. I just attract a monumental amount of bullshit. I don't know why. I don't get it. It's just life, I guess. But yeah, it's definitely been an interesting couple of weeks. My sister had brain surgery again. They had to do a biopsy while they were in there in order to get a pathology report. And we waited a couple days on the pathology report. They were trying to determine whether or not the tumors had come back, the cancer had come back. Because it had already done that once before. It's a big reason why she ended up discovering all this in the first place was that she got COVID. But she had like this severe adverse reaction where she became unconscious and unresponsive, and they had to medevac her. And they're like, whoa, yeah, she has COVID, but newsflash, she also has cancer. So they do the first surgery to remove it, and she comes to for about 3 weeks. But I guess she's one of those rare cases of long COVID. So they thought that she had gotten over it, but then she was immediately hit by it again and had almost the exact same symptoms, started to go unconscious. And when they checked her, lo and behold, the tumors had also grown back. Not in 3 weeks did it take for them to grow back. So they did a second brain surgery. After that, she seemed to really recover for quite a while. She seemed to be doing pretty good. The last 6 months or so, she's mostly been great. But then the last month or two, started noticing that she was like missing words. She would pause mid-sentence and try to think of the word or lose track of like where she was in the conversation or why she was asking about something. Like she would approach you with the question, but not remember what the question was. Then she started having difficulty walking and stuff like, oh, there's definitely something going on. So when I was over at my girlfriend's place watching her house, I got a call from mom. She said, I'm going to go get your sister and take her up to the hospital, to the ER, because something's obviously wrong. And the hospital in the town where I live sucks. They're really, really bad. So after like 8 hours of sitting around and nothing happening, they had to fill out a piece of paperwork saying, we realize that this is against the hospital's recommendation, but we're going to leave because nothing's happening. And almost as soon as they were out of the door, they got a call from a doctor that said, no, she's got to come back. It looks like the cancer's back. So they medevac her up to the big fancy hospital again. And when they opened her up, they took a biopsy of the tumor for a pathology report. And the pathology report came back and said that it's actually not a malignant tumor. It's not the same as what she used to have. It appears to be a side effect of her radiation. Now, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me necessarily. I think the idea is that it's mostly benign. It's not malignant. It's not a part of her original cancer. It's just a side effect of the targeted radiation. She's doing a hell of a lot better now, but the doctor appointments, chat. So many doctor appointments on doctor appointments. So I think there's maybe 4 this Thursday. So it's a 2-hour trip out of town and then 4 doctor appointments back to back and then 2 hours back. But the same thing is happening Wednesday. So it's just, and then next Thursday also, and then the Wednesday after that. So originally I was going to be like, listen, guys, I can't stream this Thursday. But now it's looking like I won't be able to stream Wednesday or Thursday and possibly not Friday. And all I want to do is get online and play games. Jesus Christ. Baby kitty, I love you. I don't know if you guys can hear her, but she is... What, honey? You done? Come on. Come on, get up here. No, you're not going to get in my lap. You're just going to meow at me and be annoying? You are? Well, too bad. I'm getting you. I'm getting you. You're busted. You're busted. I got you. What are you gonna do? You're trapped. You're trapped, kitty. No, you're okay. You're okay. Calm down. Calm down. Yeah, there you go. You shed a lot, though. Oh, you like butt pets? Yeah, you do. You're shedding so much, though. Holy crap. All right, I need you to talk to chat. Meow. Meow. She's trying to figure out what the hell's going on. She sees the screen. She's like, this doesn't make sense. How are you over there, but over here? Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you woke up sick. That's never fun. All right. Here, I got to scoot forward. So, oh, I can't reach it. I can't reach it, kitty. I was going to try and move the camera so that they could see you better. Gonna hang out in my lap, yeah? Oh. No, you're not allowed to be free. You're not allowed to be free. I'm giving you the heavy pets. Big pets engaged. Ah. Well, you were going to jump off. Are you just... You're good now? Okay, she's good. This is a good cat. Very needy, but she's a good cat. Gotta change my doctor's appointment by like 2 weeks. What's going on with you? Oh, baby kitty, you are shedding so much. Oh my God. This is a clean shirt too. I should have never pet you so rough. Jesus Christ, that's gonna clog up the vacuum. All right, listen. I'm not gonna be able to interact with the computer as long as you're on my lap. So you can get down now. Yeah? Go on. Good kitty. Jesus. Jesus Christo, chat. Jesus Christo. Yeah, not even trying to compete, but I've got some health issues. I don't really like to talk about them. But they have me worried. I'm actually going to be sending for a blood test here pretty soon. I'm not going to say precisely what it is, but if it is what I think it is, it'll be bad. Let's just hope it's not. Let's hope I'm wrong. And celiac disease is, I was going to say a pain in the ass. That might be making fun too much. Celiac disease definitely sucks, dude. I'm so sorry. The thing that gets me about the current situation, like, I don't mind taking my sister to doctor appointments at all. I really don't. I mean, it's a mild inconvenience. I don't like driving 4 or 5 hours a day. But what gets me is not finding out about a doctor appointment until the very last minute. I found out at like noon today that day after tomorrow I have to go to a doctor appointment. And that just aggravates the hell out of me because I was literally talking to my girlfriend yesterday. I said, I'm sorry, honey. I don't think I'm going to be able to come out Thursday night. I'll be at a doctor appointment. I said, but maybe I can come out like Tuesday night and leave Wednesday morning, or Wednesday night, Thursday morning. And she said, well, I go to my mother's to do laundry Wednesday night, and Tuesday I do all my paperwork. And I'm like, well, shit, I can't work out anything. Even if I were to go hang out with her at her mom's, I can't because I'm going to be in Lexington. It's not that bad these days. My friend is playing cyber shit and his game has crashed like 5 times so far. It's interesting how much smack you talk about that game. Over the course of the last week, I've played it a lot. And unpopular opinion, it is one of the best video games I've ever played in my life. There was a scene where I crucified a guy. I fucking cried at my computer. I'm not kidding. I legit fucking sobbed at my computer. I felt so bad for this guy. It was one of the most emotionally traumatic things I had ever played in a game ever. And I remember walking away from it like, damn, just holy shit. That was a mind fuck. I'm scarred. Also, what other game do you get to woo like a 6'7" black guy, right? Who's got like a cyber eye, man? This dude wants in my pants so bad, it's crazy. I've never had a game where like, you know, one of my dark brothers is trying to woo me. I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of into it, chat. No, actually, I'm not really. I tried to get in Pan Am's pants, but because I'm playing a female, it won't let me. She won't go for it, which sucks because she's like my favorite female character in the game. So it looks like I have to play the main storyline more so that I can hopefully get in Judy's pants. River's a great guy and all. He saved his nephew. I mean, he's a good dude, but I don't know. I think I'm just lucky that I have a 3090. I feel like it's a game that requires so much intensive processing. The new pathfinding update that they put into it, I did not get a chance. I saw that it was posted, and when I followed the link on my phone, it took me to the programming channel where we were talking about like Linux and stuff, and didn't even notice it until later. But I was at work like doing things, and I'm like, oh, I need to check this out because what little bit I saw, it was like blam. It was like blam. We'll definitely check it out while on stream here. Because mostly today, I think what I'm going to do is shoot the shit. The next game, I think I'm going to play is Faith. So we're going to watch a trailer of that also. Let's go to my stream account here. Yes. Wow. YouTube, please. And it's called Lorne's Lure, right? Yeah. Let me close some things, make room for chat. I was really surprised by how good Cyberpunk ended up being. I did not expect that much. It reminds me a lot of Skyrim. I don't mean that it's really in any way similar. It just gives me a similar vibe. All right, let's see. Yeah, sure, we'll check this. #1 recommended result. Is it like a 3D getting over it? Because that's a cool idea for a game if it is. I first saw it while wandering the outskirts of my home colony. Yeah, I do too. For those that don't know, blam, and it is basically pronounced blam. It's meant to be the onomatopoeia of a gun going off. I used to call it blame, but I didn't know any better. Really, really cool manga. If you haven't read it, it's been a long time. Oh, I guess they did. I remember watching the anime actually. Now I forgot all about that. It's a really, really good sci-fi manga. I definitely recommend reading it. God, that's bright. Can I fix that? Thank you. Yeah, it's a Japanese science fiction manga series written and illustrated by Tsutomu Nihai and was published by Kodansha and Seinen Manga Magazine Monthly Afternoon from 97 to 2003, so it's a bit older. But it's really cool. It's a giant science fiction mystery is what it felt like to me. You're always kind of wondering what the hell is going on. I followed it down into the abyss. Then it disappeared. I've been lost down here for 253 years. When I talk about verticality, and I know that there's got to be a better word for it, but I feel like this is what I mean. Now, this is more than just verticality. This is just disproportionate scale. Like the scale of things needs to be big. But especially if you're playing a first-person game, one of the only ways to really give you a sense of scale of a place being big is height. Because the horizon obscures what's further down the horizon. You know, trees and buildings close to you block what would be perceived as a great distance. But height can really, really give you a sense of a place being large, being greater than you, of making you feel small. And there is something about feeling small in a video game that, it's just such a good feeling. I don't know why. It piques my curiosity. There's a level 1 second. I'm going to get distracted again. There is a level, the cartographer, Halo CE screenshots. I'm going to see if I can find this. There is an area in the cartographer. Let me see if I can put it in screenshots pit. Oh, it's not going to give me any screenshots. There is this region in the cartographer, which is like my favorite level, where you look down into a bottomless pit. And I remember just feeling so small in that game, seeing it. It blew my mind. I'm going to shut up now. We're going to watch this, or at least part of it. In a place I'm not supposed to be. I need to find the ghost again before my energy core expires. It's all I have left. There is no going back. Okay, so is this like a speed run? Did I accidentally end up in a speed run? What kind of interactions do you have with the environment? Also, is this best quality, please? Ooh, 3D platforming. Looks super precise. Okay, there's no wall jumping. There is sliding though. Oh no, that was a wall jump. Or it looked like one. Ooh. Jeez. Oh man, I would suck at this game so bad, chat. Precise platforming? Come on, chat, you know better. Oh, he's gonna ignore it? I want to know what that was. This must be some kind of a speed run. Let's see if we can find a trailer really quick. Yeah, showcase trailer. I don't know why it's defaulting to lower quality, but it is. That reminds me of, what was it? The forest? Using the picks? I also get Talos Principle vibes. I can't believe I've never heard of it. Coming in 20... Is it actually out? It is, right? I believe you sent me a Steam link for it. How is your game coming along, by the way? While Steam's doing its thing. See, my computer is being weird today. Did you see that? I don't know why it's being weird today, but it is. It's doing just small odd things. What? AI voice models or just demons working
Dark
minimal?
chocolate ones, white chocolate ones, hidden too.
What the fuck? Shit. Damn, what were we in that... Was it memes that you guys recommended, Lawrence Lure? I actually don't remember where it was. It's probably under game suggestions if I had to guess. It is. There's also this, Apterist recommended. I want to check that out. Did I already watch the thing for this? I don't remember. I did watch the thing for this. Yeah. But this is what I was looking for. The thing is, it'll be easier just to go directly. Wait, what is this? Um, sure. Let's gather some system data. Manufacturer Asus. I mean, that is the motherboard. Need to upgrade my stuff, but sure. Normally I don't give out personal information, but I don't really give a shit. This is just a streaming PC, so it doesn't hurt my feelings any. Lauren Slur, sure enough. It's free? Oh, it's the demo. Yeah, I'll go ahead and download it. I don't think I'll play it today, but I'll definitely play it soon. I think the next major, the next thing I'm going to play is Faith, because I haven't done a game for Stemkey yet. So I need to like hit him up on stream and be like, yo, I'm going to play this. I don't even think I watched a trailer for this yet. Loading scriptures, loading blessings.
I shall not be afraid of the terror in the night.
Oh, that's actually sick. I love that. What is this? This is not like I expected. Boys, I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually stoked. That looks amazing. I love how weird it is. I love analog horror. The complete collection. It's the indie horror bundle, though. I want to check out New Blood Interactive, but first, Mortis Edition with this. Buy Satanic Scare Bundle, Golden Light. Let's check out these bundles really quick. People use the voice from the beginning. Oh, also, since this is also... Yeah. Lost in Vivo, I'll check it out. It's this one? Yeah. Let's go to the bundle info and see what this includes. I already have Iron Lung, which is amazing. If Faith is recommended and Lost in Life is recommended... then I am curious. God, I need to stop blowing money on things. I'm actually thinking about buying a 3D printer, chat. But I gotta blow money on keyboards first. I gotta do that very soon. Got a couple keyboard build ideas that I want to do. And I'll need to get your PayPal information, Alfred, so I can shoot you some money when the caps sell. I may already have it if you've donated to me before. Oh, I love the analog horror vibe, I'm not gonna lie. Why is this... Oh, 1 second. Captain, I have a question. It's about the AV1 codec. Watching this made me think of it. Let me finish this and I'll ask it. So that looks sick also. How much is that? How much are these? Lost in FIFA. Oh, it's $12. Oh, I only save 15% on all of these. Oh, I'll have to think. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wish list this and Faith, and I'll come back to it. But what I was gonna say is there's a major issue with video compression of dark scenes. It happens even on like Netflix and stuff where it really, really struggles to differentiate subtle differences between like various dark grays and blacks. And I especially see it on YouTube with my footage, where Twitch streams original quality video. YouTube transcodes it again and compresses it again. And I remember going back and watching some footage. I think it was my infra footage where there's like a dark place, you know, you're wandering around a city at night or you're wandering through a sewer or whatever, and it just looks awful and overly compressed. I would love to see an example of really dark footage in the AV1 codec at around 7,000 kilobytes a second. And I don't have the beta OBS yet, so I can't do it yet. I probably will be able to soon. But I would be really curious because dark scenes get compressed to hell. They always do. They always end up looking really, really rough. You get a lot of banding. Do you know what I mean? I wonder if I go back through my own footage, I'd have to go to live. I can't search live, can I? Let's search for infra. Yeah, I wonder if my old camera. Oh, I miss you, old camera. Is this the first one? How fucked up did I look? Like, yeah. Big ass forehead, chat. I got a big ass forehead. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, I see. That would turn these. Ah! Okay. Don't sneeze. I need a darker one. I need darker footage. Oh, shoot. Will it just sneeze or not sneeze already? Come on. Oh, God. That was one that messed up. All right. I need some dark-ass footage to get my example across. How did I manage to... What? Am I just not paying attention to the lengths? I'm not paying attention to the lengths. Yeah, I want to see this. Actually, you know what? This looks a lot better than I remember it, but you can kind of see the banding. Where it's trying to compress all the dark stuff, it does not look... Does not look very good. It looks a lot better than I remember. So maybe I'm tripping. But I would be really curious to see what the AV1 looks like with really dark footage. I really would. 10-bit encoding with AV1 is great for dark content. It's also more efficient. OBS uses 8-bit still, as far as I know, which is a shame. Need to find a game I can capture for testing dark scenes. There is an insanely dark game that you can you can maybe do this with, but I gave up on this game because it was too dark. And I don't mean that the content was too dark. I mean, it was literally too dark. It's this game, Anatomy. I was not able to finish this game because I was not able to bring up enough light for it to not look like I was streaming just a black screen. I gave up on streaming it because I'm like, man, anybody who wanted to watch this, they're going to be like, what is he doing? He's just looking at a blank black screen the whole time. Shit. But no, I'm really excited about a lot of the games that are coming out. I'm really excited about what you guys are doing too. Everybody seems to be doing really, really interesting stuff. It's programming, especially Alfred. I'm actually thinking about rigging up, oh wow, is he using CSH? And Kitty? Wait. He is! Yo! Your boy is my homie, man. That's nice. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, wow, that's what it looks like in mine. Wild. Kitty, too. That's interesting. That's so close to what I normally use. That's kind of nuts. I wish I had noticed that before, but I didn't. Yeah, anyway, I thought about putting together an arch build, like a rice, just to show off. But Stid has been doing some really interesting stuff lately. Running Unity natively in Linux, building cool stuff. I'm really excited to see where it goes in the future. T-pose shadows. So, I don't know how difficult it is to get, but I first encountered it with Arco Linux. Arco Linux is what I use when I want to test out like a new window environment without going through the trouble of installing and configuring it manually. But I also don't like it because it configures so much stuff for you. So I usually just use it to test stuff. But they have a tool called the Arch Linux Tweak Tool. And the Arch Linux tweak tool, I think you have to add a couple of repositories from Arco Linux, but you can go under like desktop and install a ridiculous number of desktops. But there's also, can you see it here? Shells. When you go under shells, it will allow you to install bash, sh, csh, or fish to your heart's content and set it to active as your main one. And you can also download themes for it, so you can theme it the way you want to and see how it feels. I actually used to do ZSH the old way. It wasn't until I found the Arch Linux tweak tool that I was like, oh, dude, this makes life so much easier. And it was because of a guy that I watch on YouTube. I think his name, if I remember right, is Luke Smith. Yeah, this guy. He was the one that really got me into like DWM, using ST terminal, using ZSH, using Vim more, stuff like that. Oh man, when you are saying that Gentoo is the saner middle ground, holy shit, compiling everything from source, right? I've never installed Gentoo. But a big part of the reason is like I'm an intermediate to advanced Linux user. I'm not a properly advanced Linux user. I fuck up and do stupid shit all the time still, just like a beginner would. I'm definitely not a beginner anymore. There's also yeah, Mental Outlaw is another one I like. And then there's DT, I can't remember his name. Shit. Derek something. DistroTube. DistroTube is the one that turned me on to Arco. Yeah. I use Arco Linux because he recommended it. But what I like to do is I like to find the desktop that I want, download the installation, use Calamaris to install it on my system, configure it, learn how to actually configure whatever it is, whether it's Xmonad, DWM, Dusk, Hyperland, whatever. And once I have a good understanding of how things work, I then will install just a minimal Arch Linux distribution and add only the things I want. So like my silver laptop, it's got Arco on it, but my red one is just straight Arch with Xmonad on it. A custom configuration. The problem is it's really, really easy to just use someone else's code. It's really easy to just be satisfied with it, but it's not until you get to the nitty gritty of things that you really start to have fun. Gentoo though, man, compiling from source is a huge pain in the ass. I've never done it. You know, Arch is my sane middle ground. I honestly don't know. The one thing about Gentoo, there is one major benefit to Gentoo for those that haven't used it before. And it actually, when someone pointed this out to me, it made me want to use it. And it's this. If you are good at backing up your home directory and you know all the software you use on an everyday basis, right? Then it is absolutely nothing to just reinstall your system. Oh, you broke something? You ruined something? Absolutely devastated it? Okay, copy all your stuff over if you don't already have it backed up. Reinstall Linux, no big deal. With Gentoo, that's a huge pain in the ass because you're compiling everything. It takes a long time. So Gentoo motivates you to learn to fix your fuck-ups instead of just starting over. And that is the best argument I've ever heard for using Gentoo, is that you learn to fix things instead of just reinstalling. And I'm not going to lie, I've done that before. I've had broken Arch installs where I'm like, nope, just going to reinstall. Gentoo is super old. It's like Slackware, right? It's pretty ancient. Oldest Linux distros. Slackware, yeah. I mentioned Slackware. You have to hand it to me. I know my shit. Played with Slackware a long time ago, but that would have been like 2001 or something, and I didn't install it. It was my girlfriend's father was obsessed with Linux, and he really liked Red Hat, and he really liked Slackware. But yeah. All right, let's watch this hot chick shoot guns real quick. All right. I hope that helped, chat. I think I'm subscribed to that chick, honestly. Just because there was one I watched where actually her like point shooting was ridiculously good. I'm like, holy fuck! I know people who shoot for real, and they're not that fast. I spot Open Assistant. Unfortunately, I don't have a 3090 to run it locally on GPU. It uses pretty much all my. What are you? Wait. What's going on here? Daniel Robbins, Gentoo's founder, funds Funtoo too. It has Gentoo as a foundation, but discourages much custom. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that you guys were that into Linux. The way I came about Arch, and I'm not trying to be one of those guys that's like, I use Arch, by the way, is because I discovered Crunchbang. Oh, it's not going to load it the same, is it? Shit! It won't load it. It won't reload it the way it was. Let me look it up. Open Assistant. Damn it, why can't I type? I came about it. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Really? Wait, Brant, wait. You can't, wait. You can't just say that and not... What, my guy? When your time at Microsoft overlapped. Wait. I knew they were spying on me. I fucking knew it. It was you all along, Brant. Et tu, Bronte? Et tu, Bronte? The fuck, my guy? How did I not know that you worked at Microsoft? What the fuck? Did you work at Google too? Did you help design Spotify or something? Just there a summer? Unpaid internship or something stupid? I knew you were fucking smart, though. That actually doesn't surprise me. Damn it. I was fucking kidding, man. You're not supposed to elaborate on that and be like, well, yeah, technically. I wonder if I can find this, though. Yeah. So back in the day, I used Crunchbang. Oh, is Crunchbang back? I thought they stopped supporting it for a long time. Oh, okay. Yeah, it has ended. I was correct. That's sad. I used to use Crunchbang. I loved Crunchbang for the longest time. And I loved the minimalist style of it and how different it was from all the other Linux distributions. And I got really used to using like OpenBox, and then I moved on to Crunchbang Plus, and I was just fucking in love with it. And then I was like, man, I wonder if I could just build this from the ground up. So let's start with a minimal Debian installation without any window environment or anything, and build it up. And when I was looking into it, someone was like, yeah, if you want to build up, it's really good to use Arch, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Didn't know anything about Arch at the time. Got Arch and was like, wow, this is way harder than what it was that I was doing. So I learned it. I learned how to do it. I slowly learned how to build up from a blank Arch distribution. I'm still not super good at it. There are people who just do it for fun all the time. Good for them. But I like to build something and just keep it running so I have... a workhorse that I can go back to. I definitely like minimal distributions, but how good is Open Assistant? How good is... I don't know how to explain this. What my question is, it's 19 minutes long. Let's see what it says, though.
It's a big day for open source because a few hours ago, a brand new open source...
Is this who I think it is? Is this the guy that has the robot avatar? Please tell me it's the guy with the robot. It is. Yes, it is. I used to watch this guy for his stability videos.
Released, introducing Open Assistant. Hello humans, my name is Kenyo Overlord, and you heard it right. Open Assistant, a free open source LLM model, was just officially released a few hours ago. And this model is apparently the most powerful free AI chatbot right now. So
interesting.
Open source competitor to ChatGPT.
Fucking A, it's here, boys.
In this video, we're gonna be taking a look at the Open Assistant, explaining how this...
Dude, if it takes a 3090 to run it, I'm going to work it out. Here's the thing, though. I have to do a fresh installation on my machine. I've been doing absolutely crazy batshit things with my computer for a while now. I need to get a new NVMe drive, replace the old one that I have in there, get like a little NAS server or something to send my videos to for recording, and then reinstall a bunch of stuff because I have abused the shit specifically out of my solid state drive. and it's the reads and writes I do to it are dangerous for it. It is going to die eventually, and I don't want to get halfway into building something like this and then break my whole streaming platform. But I would love to play with this. I would absolutely love to play with this because I want an assistant that will help me with Godot projects. Alfred has me really, really wanting to go back and build a video game. It's just, I'm not as smart as you guys. I'm not as smart as you guys. I struggle a lot more, and I'm really, really bad to try and do things completely and totally alone. And because of that, I get hung up on problems. And when it gets to be too much, I'm like, fuck it, I'm out. And then, like, 3 months later, 2 hours later, I'll be like, oh man, that's really cool. I wish I could do that. Let's open up my old projects, see what I can figure out. But I want to do something cool for once. I know that sounds stupid, but I have jumped between so many hobbies over the course of my life. When I was a kid, I drew all the time. I got to be really, really fucking good at it, got into a fancy art school, everything, right? And then when I got to be about 18, everybody caught up with me. They got to be as good as I was, and I felt really disappointed. I wasn't special anymore, which is fucking stupid. I wish I could go back and kick my fucking ass. I knew better. But I stopped, and now I can't draw anywhere near as good as I used to. I used to be able to do these photorealistic graphite drawings of my friends and shit and gift them to them. I can't really do that anymore. So I learned to play music, and I got really good at guitar until I sliced my finger open. I actually could do really cool solos, knew a whole bunch of songs. I made music every single day, learned how to use digital audio workstations. And then that slowly kind of faded out. And it's like, I learned how to write stories, wrote a shit ton of stories all through high school, got really, really good at it, helped other students to learn how to do poetry and to write stories and how to plot and all that. And then I just kind of faded away. When I was a kid, I was designing websites at 10 or 11 years old. I was war dialing, racking up phone bills, learned how to do all this cool coding stuff, and then kind of just faded. And I think that making a game is one of the few things that I could do, because it is sort of a jack of all trades thing, where if you know how to do a little bit of coding, and you know how to do a little bit of art, and you know how to do a little bit of music, and you know how to write a story, guess what? Guess what requires all those things, But I'll shut up now. I'm hyper today. I drank way too much coffee and an energy drink before I started. I shouldn't have. I'm going to bookmark this. So I got to figure out what the fuck I'm going to play soon, chat. I'm sorry for the just chatting stream, but I have got to figure out what I'm doing next. I think Faith is going to move pretty high up the list. I actually thought about streaming some of my Cyberpunk sessions because I am enjoying the shit out of it. I want to do a Nomad Netrunner build my next playthrough. Wait. I'll go back. I closed that. I didn't see your comment. I'm sorry. What does it say? Open Assistant is a project meant to give everyone access to great chat-based large language model. We believe that doing this, we will create a revolution in innovation in language, in the same way that Stable Diffusion helped the world make art and images in new ways. We hope Open Assistant can help improve the world by improving language itself. Useful links, data collection, chat, project documentation. The chat front end is now live here. Log in and start chatting. Right here. I can continue with Discord, but I think I'm just going to use my AssassinTeddies email for now. God, that's bright. Has been sent to my email, sure. Did it though? Or did it go to spam? Ah, it did go to spam. This message seems dangerous. Wait, what? Discord? One second. I'll check it here in a second. But now that I've scrolled the wrong thing, I'm super curious about it. 25.8 thousand stars. So I don't think that this is meant to trick me. It looks safe. Wow, it won't let me interact with it. No shit, chat. It won't let me. Interesting. Never mind. I'll check it out later. Where am I scrolling down? Oh, did you make this? Is that volumetric fog? Did you add volumetric fog to achieve that? Oh, 1 second. The damn door popped open because the window. All right, we're back. That actually looks pretty sick. Do you have a project somewhere I can download and play? Well, I mean, we'll try it again. 1 second. So here's what we'll do. I'll go into my Gmail. Open Assistant is now... Aha, I figured it would do that. All right. Scope, application, amendments. Oh, shit. Let's at least scan this. You got to be careful about EULAs. That's how you accidentally sell your soul. Human language, right? Hamburg, Germany. Operates as an online portal for the production of machine learning model called Open Assistant using crowdsourced data. Present terms of regular... Oh, the present terms of use regulate the user relationship between the users of the portal and Leon. Some random Chinese IPs tried accessing our Git rehub that is hosted on my friend's server. Oh, dude. Let me tell you guys a quick story. So there was a time when I was studying, and this is just a story. For legal reasons, this never happened. All portrayals are of original characters, despite how similar they might look to in real life persons. Okay? It is not based on a true story. It's all fiction. Once upon a time, there was a guy named Adam. This guy had a really, really fancy virus software that would notify him in the event that somebody was scanning his machine. Specifically port scanning to see if there were potential vulnerabilities. And more than that, it would record the foreign IP of the individual doing the port scanning. Adam, being a student of information security at the time, actually a little bit before, had access to a lot of really interesting tools that allowed them to backtrack stuff. And Adam was able to get satellite photos of the exact building where the event took place. And as it turns out, it was a school in China, right? A computer lab in China. And somebody in that computer lab in China was hosting the most malicious looking website that Adam had ever seen. It was basically like a 1920 by 1080 screen of weird Chinese advertisements. So Adam didn't do anything much more beyond just discovering where it came from, because Adam believed that one of two things were happening. One, the sketchy website was being used to trick people into getting hacked for whatever reason. Or two, the sketchy website wasn't really that sketchy. Someone just did a really poor job of securing it, and someone else, most likely a robot, was using it as a launch off point for attacks. And Adam, realizing that there's no way they could confirm whether or not the attack actually originated there, decided to let things go, but not after Adam did some scanning of his own to discover that there was a myriad of easily exploitable ports that were open, all sorts of stuff, basically all the basic ports that you would expect to have vulnerabilities all had vulnerabilities. So if Adam had wanted to like SSHN or something, Adam could have. He could have done all of that. But really, though, Adam didn't do any of that, mostly because Adam thought that it felt like a honeypot, like it was almost too obvious. It was a really weird thing that Adam investigated for a month or two. And it wasn't just one IP address. There was like 6 or 7, and they all originated from the same computer lab from a school in South China. So fun stuff. Fun stuff. It was interesting. Dude, you guys have no idea how tempting it was to actually do something, though. I honestly don't remember enough about my information security training to remember precisely what ports there was. I remember there was like a poorly protected SSH port that was open, and there was a couple of, there was something else. Oh, that's right. There was a shit. I used to know the exact port and everything. What is it called? Not remote desktop. There was like a remote desktop protocol, an RDP port that was open and unsecured. And I was actually able, I'm not going to say anymore. That one I did have to investigate because I'm like, there's no way that this is just open like this. But I don't want to get myself in trouble. I'm trying so hard not to get in trouble. I've heard of a canary device that worked like that, looked attackable, then it just notified people of an attempt. Maybe, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. There was like so much wide open about it that it reminded me of, there used to be these Linux distributions that you could get that were purposefully made vulnerable. Like everything that you could think of that was vulnerable on these machines. And the idea was to teach people first how to exploit all those individual vulnerabilities, but then how to patch all of those vulnerabilities. And it was super interesting, but I can't remember the name of the Linux distribution. The problem is that if you're ever going to use that distribution to try and do this, you need to set up a virtual network and air gap your PCs, because if you set up a virtual machine with that vulnerable Linux distribution on it, there is the possibility that you could get hacked for real, for real. No, that's the correct emote, bro. What are you talking about? Doggo's good, doggo. Hi, StemKey. It's good to see you, man. I liked how to get your Windows network hacked in 10 Easy Steps presentation I saw back around. Oh, yeah. It's insane. The thing that people don't realize is that 99% of the vulnerabilities that... Okay, so sure, Windows has issues, but most of the vulnerabilities that regular people encounter are just laziness. They're just people being lazy. It really is all it is. It's like, I'm going to set up remote desktop protocol, and then the password is going to be ABC123, or the same with SSH or something else along those lines. Or I'm going to open up this obviously malicious link or this obviously malicious email. I'm going to succumb to, so like my brother, he worked for a company, right? And what they did was they had cracked his password, which does not surprise me. He probably didn't have a strong one, but they had figured out his password. They got onto his email, and they emailed the CPA of the company that he worked for, saying that he was changing banks to this foreign bank in like Germany. And it was like this really poorly worded, full of misspellings, everything, wrote the CPA and said, "Hello, my name is Miguel, and I have no email, but bank is wrong bank, need new bank, money from paycheck, go to this bank in Germany." And they didn't even fucking read the email. They were like, "Oh, we saw an email from you. We thought, okay, sure, yeah, we'll change banks." And they started sending his paychecks overseas, the fucking idiots. Like, how stupid do you have to be to do that? He was like, you know, and it was two people being fucking lazy. One had a lazy password. One didn't even read the fucking email. Like, come on now. This was in the United States. It was in the United States. It was in Kentucky. The thing is, I knew that CPA, actually one of the most lovely, intelligent people I'd ever seen. The problem was that she was trusting. I shouldn't call her an idiot. She's actually one of the sweetest people I know. I really, really like this woman a lot. If I ever saw her again, I'd give her a fucking hug. But none of them were properly trained on how to do computer stuff accurately. Yeah, Zoom is a great example. I have had viruses before. I have been hacked, but not in the common sense of like, oh, I'm in, you know, hacker soundtrack playing in the background. But the reason is that when I was young, I was I engaged in a lot of high risk behavior because I was really curious about how computers worked. So I learned how to actually use viruses. I used to keep, I think it was called Sub 7 at the time. I used to keep Sub 7 on an old school USB and just put it on random computers and take people's computers over. I had I had keyloggers. I had a load of keyloggers that I would use. I actually used a keylogger to get into this cute girl's email when I was about 16 years old. And that's super creepy, I know, but I immediately told her about it. It wasn't like I was trying to do it covertly. I was doing it because I thought, oh man, my hacking expertise is going to really get this girl to like me. So I told her, I was like, you need to update your password. Dolphin123 is not a good password. And she's like, oh my God, how did you know? And I like started like sending emails that she had and stuff to her. How did you do that? And I said, it was really easy. I just put a keylogger on the computer. You typed in your password, easy peasy Japanesey. And I never did it again. Because I was like, I don't even think I was 16. I was maybe like 14 when I did that. I used to do a lot of crazy stuff, war dialed and racked up a $600 phone bill. And had I taken a different path in life, I'd probably be some crazy hacker, honestly, but I'm not. I stopped doing that because what I like to do was rooting, actually getting root access to people's systems. And that is actually really hard. It's much easier to just hack a website or something. But I totally get where Stid's coming from. It is a really cool line of work to go into. It's really cool to learn how to manipulate and get into machines, how to socially engineer people. It's also a lot of fun to learn how to patch them. I know that sounds crazy, but it is. In an era of modems and BBSs, that's how I learned dialing with area code, even if yes, that's actually what happened. So what I did was I used our area code, right? Which where I live now, it's the same area code. It's 606. That was the area code. But the telephone provider that we had at the time, they had it set up so that if you called the next town over, I lived in this tiny place called Lily, and the next town over was Corbin. And some of those phone numbers happened to be in Corbin. And I was dialing computers waiting for a callback from a modem, right? And it literally would be like 606, then 3 numbers, and then it would start at 0000, and it would call every number. And you would hear your phone chirp, but it was so quick. If it didn't immediately get a response from a modem, it hung up, tried the next one. And I must have dialed like 3,000 or 4,000 phone numbers before my phone line became disconnected. And I did connect to 2 or 3 PCs. I found 2 or 3 PCs, but my mom was fucking irate because we had a $600 phone bill. I miss the old school hacking, man. I miss phone freaking and like, you know what I mean? Tricking pay phones into giving you free calls and actually dialing into servers. There used to be adult servers, the equivalent of like Pornhub, but you would like pay for this disc. You'd put it in your computer and you would have to dial the phone number of the modem where the stuff was stored to get access to the adult pictures and stuff. Now, I never actually used them, but I knew somebody who had one. I remember coming across the disc being like, what is this? This is fucking weird. It's different nowadays. I would actually say that people are more security conscious nowadays, but there are so many more people connected to the internet that it's about the same. I was downloading virus-loaded viruses and ending up with 600. Oh yeah. I mean, I did those sorts of things. Like I remember having Windows Millennium Edition, and I didn't like Windows Explorer. You know, I actually love it now, the way that it looks. But like if you look up Windows, I'll just type ME. I used to play Diablo on this. I want to see if I can find the desktop. Yeah. Oh, wrong one. Oh, can we get a large, please? Tool. Size. Large. Turn off dark screen because it already is dark. So it looked like this. All right, let's see if I can open image in new tab. So it looked like this, and I didn't like the way it looked. And there were a lot of tools. I think there was a program called Windows Blinds. Windows Blinds Custom. I'll put in custom. Oh, it won't. It doesn't even exist anymore. But there used to be these apps that would allow you to skin these, right? You could make them look like whatever you wanted. And there actually was an alternative to Windows Explorer where you could disable Windows Explorer and use another piece of software in its place to make Windows look like and behave like whatever you wanted. And I remember I fucked up the installation. We had to take it to like the Gateway store. And they asked what the problem was. I said, oh, I messed up the shell. And they're like, it looks fine to me. And I'm like, no, 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 no. What I mean to say is that the desktop environment was replaced by my own proprietary desktop environment, but when it fell to load, it made the computer inaccessible. I didn't know at the time, I did not know at the time that this is what you do. Because Explorer wasn't working, oh, I have to actually do this. All right, run task. I didn't know that Explorer wasn't running. So if I go into my things, and it would have worked back then too. Let's find it. Where are you? Explorer.exe. So this basically just wasn't launching at start. All I had to do, I didn't know this, was bring up the task manager and literally type explorer.exe and hit OK, and it would have fixed the problem. And then I could have deleted the software, installed, and everything would have been fine. I didn't know that. Ended up paying $160 to the Gateway store because I knew how to break a thing, but I didn't know how to fix it. It's each executable can have a debugger, and that'll wait. Am I missing something here? Let me see what's going on. Oh wow, I missed a lot. Okay. My colleague's second-year students set up their own help desk. I bloated their websites with unrestricted post requests database. I'm in. In an era of modems and BBSs, I read that. I'm definitely that e-kid that is just there. I don't know how to get into someone's phone. Phones are actually notoriously difficult to get into in a lot of cases. I can go ahead and show you how to unlock my phone. I don't care. I don't keep anything on it that I'm worried about. Boom. There you go. You're in. Congratulations. Oh, my phone restarted without me realizing it. I'm glad I did that, but I am not dumb enough to keep anything on my phone that I wouldn't want everybody to see. Let's see. What do you mean by each executable can have a debugger and that'll confuse people too? Because now I feel dumb. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Here's a fun one. I managed to break Windows as a young fellow by accidentally making .exes open up in Notepad. Yeah, so that's actually on old Windows distributions. That was surprisingly easy to do. Let's see if I can do this really quick. I'm not actually going to do it, but like let's say let's go into pictures here. Pictures. All right, okay, let's say Vladimir Putin, right? Let's say that this guy is an exe. Let's say that he is an exe. All you had to do back in the day was right click, open with, and then you choose another app, you select the app, and you select always. In the old ones, if I remember right, you select make this default. And if you accidentally make exes open in Notepad by default, it will break everything. It was surprisingly easy to break old Windows computers. It was working, but out of safety despite using a ton of... Oh, okay, it skipped up. It's meant so that, let's say Chrome is crashing, it'll use win debug to launch Chrome, but that debugger mechanism could just be any program. Oh, most people don't know about that compatibility. I will say something that I had not, and this is proof that I'm not an advanced Linux user. I didn't realize how good Linux is at keeping logs. I really did not realize how good the logs are. And I didn't know how to access them because I never needed to until I couldn't get Hyperland to work correctly. And when I discovered it, my mind was blown. I'm like, oh my God, this is so fucking great. This is like the debugger in a game engine. It tells me exactly what went wrong when. And I know that Windows kind of does, but every time I go into Windows's logs, they're sort of shitty. They don't help most of the time. Okay, so this was back when I used Stable Diffusion. Back when I used Stable Diffusion, that is AI generated. It was a proof of concept to chat that with the correct words, you could generate really good anime, let's say. I actually have to be careful about using it on stream because I had this wild idea of producing adult content and making money with it. And so I learned how to make genuine, not safe for work stuff using Stable Diffusion. And now I have to be careful about wandering in that direction while on stream. I have to like move things around because I don't want there to accidentally be something that would get me kicked off for a day or two. Windows has logs too, but they've gone to non-text formats. Yeah, there's like an application where you click them play by play. When I was having issues with my graphics card back in the day, if you guys remember when I was like streaming The Witness and it kept crashing, I used them, but they were kind of useless. Yeah, so Windows 10 has a preview pane if you didn't know that. So this is just control and scroll wheel, right, to change the size. But what you do is, if I remember right, you go under View Preview Pane. You can turn it off, but you can also turn it on. It also works for PDFs. So you can scroll through PDFs as well. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Sorry. So View Preview Pane, View Preview Pane. It's built into Windows 10. It's actually like my favorite thing about the Windows 10 File Explorer is the built-in preview pane. Very, very useful. And you can get rid of it if you don't want it. I like Ranger, but there is another one. If you've never used it, I recommend LF. Alternative to Ranger. I think it's GitHub. I hate going here. I use Ranger all these years, but LF is better. I struggled. Yeah, let's look up LF GitHub. I think this is it. Yeah. I use LF instead of Ranger. I like it better. Ranger is very good though. Ranger is one of my favorites. If you want a terminal-based file explorer, it's very good. It's weird how the community is divided on it, though. A lot of people in the Linux community don't like it because they're like, why? Why would you do that? There's no point to it, because if I open up a terminal in Linux, right, and I want to CD into something, does LA work? It does not. Does LS work? It does. Okay, so I don't know how to do aliases in this, but like if I CD into pictures, for instance, let's clear this out. You can just, I keep forgetting that LA is not aliased LS, and it lists everything. And then if I want to open something, I just, open something. Let's see, how would I do it in this? Would I do it like this? Yes, I would just do it like that, and it opens up the image. So a lot of people are like, why would I use Ranger when I can just run everything from the terminal already? It's like extra steps. But the thing that I like is, like you said, having a preview pane is really, really nice. And because you can run all your same terminal commands, but you also have built-in commands, it gives you more flexibility in like copying files, making sure you're copying them to the correct folder because you can see the contents, etc. Ranger is very cool. LF is very cool as well. I like them both. God, I'm such a fucking nerd. PowerToys is available for Windows by Microsoft. I've never used PowerToys. What's PowerToys? Wait, I actually have heard of PowerToys. A set of utilities for power users to tune and streamline their Windows experience for greater productivity. No shit. Always on top. PowerToys Awake is designed to keep the computer awake without having to manage its powered sleep settings. Wow. Color Picker, system-wide color picker utility. Fancy Zones is a window manager that makes it easier to create complex window layouts. No shit. How did I not know about this? That's actually really handy. I will remember that. AutoGPT. What is this? AutoGPT is an experimental open source application showcasing the capabilities of GPT-4 language model. This program, driven by GPT-4, chains together LLM thoughts to autonomously achieve whatever goal you set. As one of the first examples of GPT-4 running fully autonomously, AutoGPT pushes the boundaries of what's possible with AI. I'm not going to install it right now, but I'll definitely check it out later because that would be very handy. I tried to get tiling windows to work in GNOME 40 plus. I couldn't get it to work correctly. It pissed me off. I miss Windows 95 and 98. Is that weird? I liked XP too. I hated Millennium Edition. But for some reason, I have like a weird nostalgia for 98 specifically. I actually had an idea. Have you guys ever heard the story of Microsoft bimbos? So there was this guy, he owned a computer shop in Japan. This guy actually tracked it down. There's a video where he tracked down the exact the exact place. But he had this sign on the side of his building. It says Microsoft Bimbos, right? And I fucking love that, Microsoft Bimbos. So I had this idea. I have never done it, but I plan on doing it. There's a lot of ways to skin Linux to look like an old school Windows, right? An old school Windows distribution. And I wanted to, through Arch, most likely, but it could be almost any distribution, to design and I guess a Linux distribution that is Microsoft Bimbos. That is basically a giant joke version of Microsoft Windows, but that is actually Linux and actually works. So it doesn't just look like Windows 95. It behaves like Windows 95 and has all the powerful utilities that Linux has. And I can't remember what it was called. There was a thing, make Linux look like Windows 95. There was a GitHub for this. Oh God, I hate Google so much. It sucks so much now. Yeah, this thing. I was actually going to try my best to recreate Windows 95, but then change all the branding to Microsoft Bimbos. Here in Brazil, we have Polystation, very similar to Microsoft Bimbos. Is it like PlayStation? Wait. Oh my God, it's a fucking thing. Are you kidding? Polystation consoles are here. Let's turn the brightness off. Sorry, chat. Flashbang. Polystation consoles are sold under many different names, including PS Kid Game Player, Play and Power, Fun Station, and PS Man. No shit. That's actually kind of sick, dude. I want one. So I have, in my heart of hearts, I have a fondness for knockoffs. I love funny knockoffs of stuff. Yeah, we have a PlayStation at home. I love knockoffs. Like I found these the other day, Adidas. Please have the image. Yes, Adidas. They're Adidas flip-flops, but they're Adidas. Like I don't know if you know Aldi's. Aldi's is a grocery store in the United States. So Adidas. And then I love knockoff Jordans, man. Knockoff Jordans are really good. There are so many funny looking knockoff Jordans. I accidentally added an extra space. We're like, dude, I want some knockoff Jordans so bad, chat. I just want some knockoff Jordans. And then this guy, he posted a picture the other day. Knockoff Samsung TV, Smasnug. I don't know, man. Samsung. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, I can't open it though. It won't let me do it. Post it in Discord if there's not a character limit. But I love knockoffs so bad. I was telling my girlfriend, I was like, honey, all I want to do is sit back, relax, throw on some Adidas, and watch a good movie on my Smasnug. I was telling her that the other night. She's laughing her ass off at me. It's in generals, okay. Avivas. Hey, please open. Please open. Okay. Copy link. Fine. Sometimes it gets weird about that. I don't know why. Here, let me bookmark this. Can we reverse image search anymore? Search image with Google. I hate Google Lens so much, chat. Ah, there's a bigger one. Abibas. Oh my God, they have more images. Pinterest. Abibas. Please show me the Abibas. I don't want to log in. Thank you, but no. The way that I bet my face is covering a lot of this. Here, I'm going to do you guys a solid. I don't want to hear trap music. I'm going to do you guys a solid and hide my cam real quick. Face camera. Boop. I'm invisible, chat. Abibas. Here, open image, a new tab. It's weird how Google Lens does that. I gotta have some Abibas now. I love shit like that, dude. I don't know why. I love knockoff stuff so much because it's so comical. I would rather have a pair of Abibas than a pair of Adidas. I'd rather have some knockoff Jordans or some, Adidas or a Smash Snug TV, just because there's something so cute about, I would love to just turn on my Microsoft Bimbos on my Smash Snug TV and my Adidas or Abibas and just call it a day. I love that so much. I did bookmark this, right? I do think that we are getting closer to fully autonomous artificial intelligence than we want to admit. I think it's coming, chat. I really do. I think it probably will be within the next 10 years. And it scares the shit out of me. Don't get me wrong, I think it's super cool. It's amazing, but it does scare the shit out of me. And not because of like, oh, Skynet, pew, 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 T-1000, all poking people in the eye and stuff. It's just the more realistic ramifications of having autonomous artificial intelligences, even if they're not autonomous, even if they're not general AI, having something that can drive all your trucks, right? Well, there go all the truckers' jobs. Have something that can solve programming problems. Well, there go all your software developer jobs. Have something that can develop images at a level that is equal to the Renaissance greats. Well, there goes all your artists, right? It can generate fake actors and fake scenarios, write stories, make movies. There goes the entire movie industry, right? Like, how do we control this thing? How do we, I don't want to say stop it because I don't think it's possible, but the thing that scares me is that, like, imagine that you're an author, right? Your life's work is this one particular novel. It's your Grapes of Wrath, right? Pretty sure the author of Grapes of Wrath only ever wrote Grapes of Wrath. Or was it of Mice and Men? I don't remember. But there was one of those great historical novels that the person only wrote that one novel. It was their life's work, right? So you're working on your life's work, and maybe by the time you're 60 or 70, you finally finish your life's work, and it would be one of the greatest novels ever written in the history of mankind. But it doesn't fucking matter, because in the time it took you to write that novel, an AI learned how to write better novels, not having any sentience, any emotional feeling behind it at all. It analyzed all the greatest works of literature, came up with the best possible story, a literal infinite jest, right? Generates it, and people are addicted to it. And all they ever read, all the media they ever consume is generated by machines. We have effectively created pleasure machines that we plug into, and all of our works just kind of fade away into the abstract of all these artificial works. Before consoles and stuff, parents got me some weird game station that ran on a DVD player. Also, we had a ton of chunky random controllers with heavy SCART cables that connected TV and ran on batteries. Real men have played Dinky Kong. Dinky Kong. So my dad got me an Atari. It was the first game system I had when I was in the first grade. I don't remember which one it was. I have to look at images. It looked like this. It looked like this. I wonder if that was it. Then the first one that it was used, though, like these kids were getting rid of it because they got something new. The first game system that I got for me personally was a Sega Genesis. And then later I got a Super Nintendo, which of course everybody knows what these are. I don't know why I'm looking them up. And then after the Super Nintendo, I got a Nintendo 64, then a PlayStation, then an Xbox, then an Xbox 360, then a PlayStation 3, then a PlayStation 4. And those are all the consoles I've owned. You can put AI through an infinite hours of authors like Shakespeare. Right. Right. And eventually they're going to generate works that are, oh my God, Mike, that are on par, if not greater than what we already create. And think about it this way. There was this artist, he released a video on YouTube. He said, every time you're using like an online version of Stable Diffusion, right? There are most likely algorithms that are looking at the inputs you're putting in to generate an image. And then it looks at the image you select as the best, or the one that you want to work further on. And so there's a machine learning algorithm out there that sees what a person wants in terms of the words that they type in and what results they like in terms of the images that are output, which means that it is getting better at generating the content you want or that you like. And then if you move on into stories, so like it writes a script, right? if you select from 6 different possible scripts that it produces the best one, and you repeat this generatively over time, it's going to produce better and better scripts, or scripts that people like more and more and more, images that people like more and more and more. And it will get to a point where even its reference material, like Tolstoy or whatever, is totally pointless. Because the content it's producing is so loved that Tolstoy couldn't hold a fucking candle to it. Did you check the video of AutoGPT on GitHub? Basically, you give it a name, a general task, and up to 5 rules it should follow. It then infinitely keeps going. It can do commands to create files, run scripts it creates, and can also use lesser models to help it out even further. So it is... I was talking about this the other day, wasn't I? About the autonomy. The autonomy being an issue with... Let me bring it up. Oh, where did you post it? I've lost it now. There it is. I watched a video the other day where a guy was talking about how one of the biggest issues with artificial intelligence is the lack of autonomy, but that's going to go away very, very soon. Is there a video? Oh, there is a video. All right, hang on a second, though, Chad. I got to go pee. I'll be right back. All right, boys, let's watch a video. Oh. Fuck, what do I do with my headphones? All right, full screen, audio on. Let's see what's up.
Welcome to this.
Oh, hell, wait. My headphones go to sleep, so sometimes when I hit play, I don't get any audio.
Welcome to this brief demonstration of AutoGPT. Today, we'll be showcasing the AI's learning ability by asking it to research information about itself. Let's begin. The program's first step is to use Google to find relevant websites to what it's researching. Now that the AI has found the GitHub repository for AutoGPT, it's opened it for analysis.
Can it watch videos?
After scanning the website's contents, it has summarized them and will now place them in the autogpt.txt file we have opened.
Wow.
As we can see, AutoGPT can teach itself about different topics using the internet, allowing it to have a better understanding of the current world than ChatGPT.
So, one second. I was thinking about this the other day when I was trying to find images to train Stable Diffusion on. And the way I was thinking about it was you pull images from a video, you feed the image into image to image, you look at the results you get. If the results are bad, it goes to the next image, right? And you don't want to do it frame by frame because the difference between frames that are 1/60th of a second apart isn't enough. So I looked into like exporting X amount of frames, and you can do it in VLC. Actually, it's fairly easy. You say, okay, I want you to export one of every 60 frames. You just look at the frame rate of the video. If it's 30 frames a second, you set it to 30. If it's 60, you set it to 60. And once every second, it will generate a frame. But I couldn't figure out how to automate the process of inputting the images into image to image. And then I also didn't know a good process for selecting without doing it manually. So if you have, say, a video that's 60 seconds long, that's not too bad because that's just 60 images that you can hand click through. But if you wanted to analyze, say, a 2-hour movie like Star Wars, right? Let's just say Star Wars for the sake of argument, right? It would be a huge pain in the ass to get it to select what it thinks are quality images out of that. But one thing that had occurred to me, especially now that I've watched that, is when I was in college and I was studying online, they had a lot of these videos that you could watch on whatever topic it was you're studying, Linux, Windows administration, whatever it was. And I found that the videos were way, way, way too long. And I figured out that they had a built-in system for subtitles where it was actually a TXT file with timestamps. So if I had like a 60-minute video that I needed to watch, what I would do is I would export the subtitles. I would read them, right? I would highlight what I felt was important, and it would have the timestamp of when it was said in the video. And then I would skip to that point in the video, and I would take screenshots of anything relevant. And I could get through a 60-minute lecture in about a half an hour and have it boiled down to only the most important points. When I was in college, I had a perfect 4.0 GPA up until the last semester when I fucked everything up. And it was because I always had really clever ways of studying that most people don't think of, right? I would also, when it's available, right? When it's available. So now imagine you have AutoGPT, right? And you want to teach it how to do something. Well, yes, it can read the documentation, but what if you could teach it to do something similar to what I did? Go to YouTube videos, export the subtitles, right? Read and understand to the best of your ability all the subtitles for that particular video. Judge what the most important statements in the video are, then export frames from around the timestamp. Say the 10 seconds preceding, 10 seconds proceeding, that particular timestamp. Take, 20 screenshots, analyze the screenshots, and see whether or not there's relevant information in the frames that you've exported. And combine that with the information you got from subtitles. You could probably, because YouTube is one of the best learning resources online, but I don't know of an artificial intelligence that's able to straight up watch and understand a video. If you can teach it just to watch and understand a video, then you could just set it free with, a 6-hour tutorial and it will learn everything it needs to know. But when it went and it researched itself by going to the The GitHub, that's amazing. That blows my mind that it was able to do that. It was able to analyze the page. It was able to pull information from it. That's crazy. I can't believe, I don't know. I just feel like we're not too far away from it watching YouTube tutorials to learn how to give foot massages or something. So is this open source? I know ChatGPT itself isn't. That's so interesting. I want to use this as a learning tool. I know that sounds weird, but I'm like, man, I could learn how to use Godot really good if I had this, you know, super intelligent assistant to go learn it for me and give me the most prescient information. So we ended up wandering off into nerd territory pretty quickly, didn't we? Ended up actually being kind of a cool stream. Oh, Stemkey, the fuck are you doing, bro? What are you doing? I see that. I see that. What are you doing? Get back here. Damn it. Stop being a weird thing. View friends list. Crunker, huh? Oh man, I'm glad that I have you guys like on Steam and shit, because it just, I don't know, I just love the weird. What are you playing though? What is this? Crunker? Why does that sound familiar? No, I have played this before. I'm pretty sure I've played this before. I didn't know it was on Steam though. Yes, I've played this. This is actually one of the sickest first-person shooters I've ever played. Not kidding. If it is the way I remember it, it might not be the same one. There was one, I swear, it's called like Crunker.io. Yeah, that looks right. It has these insane slide boost mechanics in it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. The slide boost mechanics made it like really, really, really high skill ceiling. This is not giving you a good example. A good example of how skilled you could get. I wouldn't be surprised if our boy Stemkey is sick at that game. Crunker.io. I am the best Crunker.io. Yeah, Undercover Dudes. I used to watch his videos.
Guys, this is Undercover Dudes, and welcome to Crunker.io Ranked.
Look at how sick this guy is.
Finally here. Basic Ranked is now available in Crunker. This is competitive Crunker. It's crazy different to normal gameplay, and I'm super excited. Saying he sucks. Vito, AK, Sniper.
Here. Crunker.io highlights. I want to see some crazy highlights because the skill ceiling is so fucking high. Oh, for some reason it didn't load. Chat didn't load. I hacked AutoGPT to support local models. Not sure if it works though, since I don't have the GPU to run Open Assistant, and the unknown Chinese chat GLM model is just not smart enough to generated prompts AutoGPT. Right. I'm going to enter an interesting game so it appears for you. I love Crunker. I've played it before. I'm not good at it. I am not good at it. I think I'm kind of nerfed because when I started playing first-person shooters, the mobility options were far more limited than modern mobile shooters. And so like it's a lot of it is the platforming that I have more difficulty with than the point and clicking, if that makes sense. But this Crunker.io is amazing. It is actually a great first-person shooter.
Come on.
And it can run on almost anything, chat. Like, you definitely have a computer that can play it. I 100 million %.
Come on.
But you will run across players that are ridiculously good.
Bop. Oh my god, please, FaZe. Sign me up.
Okay, I'm sorry, bro, but I don't like your voice. Is that mean? Oh, God. I don't like the Crunker community, it seems like. Like trap music.
Hey guys, this is
Okay, Undercover Dudes is good.
torn up by people that know how to bunny hop correctly. Aim is not everything. You can have good aim, but you really need to know how to move as well.
Yeah, movement in the game is actually a super huge deal.
Right now, not too bad to start off this video. I did not expect this. All right, this guy right here, easy kill.
But if you've never played Crunker.io, it is actually a lot of fun. So that's interesting. You hacked AutoGPT to support local models, but then you don't even have... Wait. Support local models. Not sure if it works, though, since I don't have the GPU to run Open Assistant, and the unknown Chinese chat GLM model is just not smart enough for the generated prompts. Are you playing another hentai game? Bro. You're gonna ruin your brain. I knew it! Hentai Minesweeper. God damn. Fuck. Ow, what did I hit? Son of a bitch. Wait. I'm gonna change scenes just to be safe. But what the fuck is Hentai Minesweeper? What? Wait, does it just slowly reveal hentai? Please tell me it slowly reveals hentai. Oh, it won't come up. It won't come up. I can't find it. What? Oh, I think you're the last one that has it, bro. It no longer exists. I don't know why I can't type, but yeah. Yeah, it says 0, right. 22 titles, including, have been excluded based on your preferences. Oh, wait. It's been excluded because of my preferences. View page. Is this safe to view online? I have a feeling it isn't. Okay, can I skip through this video? Yes. Okay, so it starts innocent enough. It's just some anime girl. Sure. Oh, yeah, there's some definitely not safe for stuff. Okay, cool. Very funny. I don't think it's dangerous enough to be on stream, but still. Let's see. Certain Twitch channel named Vidal or something has an AI VTuber called Neurosama that kind of can understand images given to it. The AI responses are wild occasionally. I've watched a bunch of short compilations on YouTube of the responses. I think that it's really, really interesting, the whole VTuber thing. I'm not really into it myself because I feel like a lot of the community is cringe. That's no disrespect to you. I'm not saying that everybody is. I just can't help. It's sort of like with furries. You only get the meme hentai furry, really, bro. You only get the meme, right? You only get the meme videos, images from around the internet. And so unfortunately, that entire subculture is boiled down to a group of memes making fun of that particular subculture. And I always think of the New Year meme, the VTuber New Year meme, every time I think about VTubers. New Year meme VTuber. But I know that there are actually really good VTubers out there. Like, I know consciously that there are really good ones out there, and I shouldn't boil it down like that.
4, 3, 2.
Wait. Please stop being super low quality.
1. Happy New Year.
I always think of that. But now I have to see what hentai furry is. It's either fury or furry. I don't think that either is really better in this case. Store. Wait. It has a soundtrack? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's only 37 cents, chat. And it only has one picture. It only has one picture. Yeah, whenever I think about like subcultures like that, I have to be very careful because I was like a weird goth kid in high school. I can't judge anybody. You know? This is going to be dangerous, but we're going to do it anyway. Hentai furry sound track. We got to hear this soundtrack, boy. Got to hear this soundtrack. Why is the opening so sick? Oh, hang on a second. But yeah, there's so much interesting stuff going on right now, and there are so many games. That melody is part of the master of... Is it? Wait. It might be the same... It might be the same scale. It is actually not bad, but it gets repetitive. You feel it here in a minute, like... They add like pads as a layer, but then after the pads, it doesn't get that much more interesting. It's just a boots and cats beat. Boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats and boots and cats. Open hats. That sounds like an electronic pluck of some kind. Okay, that's a cool instrument. The problem is the bass is uninteresting. You need a better bass. Like a Reese synth or something. Or even 808s. 808s are overused, but maybe like a distorted 808. I used to do music production, so I get real weird about shit like that. Let's hear the Master of Puppets solo, because my brain cannot... Okay, it's just the solo. Good. Hopefully it won't trigger anything. I don't hear it, bro. Although, sick solo. It might be the same scale or something, though. I don't have perfect pitch, so... Okay, so the breakdown, maybe? Oh, shit. I have to be careful about this because... All right, we're going to try and... I love this opening, though. One thing I have to say is that they actually are amazing guitar players because it's almost exclusively downstrokes. So I have a guitar. I'm not going to make you guys listen, but I'm going to show you something really quick if you don't play guitar. So there's two major or very common picking techniques whenever you're playing. I don't have a pick, but you have downstrokes, right? Where you exclusively play down. This thing is totally out of tune. You exclusively play down. But there's also alternate picking where it's down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. And if you do it really fast, you can pluck really fast. Sounds awful because I don't have a pick and it's out of tune. But what's interesting is a lot of people, when they learn Metallica, they instinctively play it alternate picking. And yeah, that's not how it's played. They play almost exclusively down picking everything, which makes all their solos way more difficult to play, way more difficult to do. This. Do 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 do. I need to go back and relearn how to play guitar. It's been forever. Oh shit! When I changed scenes, it fucked up. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I know it's cliche to hate on Metallica, but old school Metallica is so good. They have some of the just best guitar lines, man. Because everything is singable. I thought I mistyped something. Holy shit, it's actually close. Dude, how did you catch that by ear? How did you catch that by ear, dude? Did you like learn Master of Puppets recently or something? Wait. Yeah. Where did it go? Yeah, so they arpeggiate it before it returns to the root note, that da-da-da-da-da-da, where they just go straight to the root here. But it is definitely the same scale, same notes. This is just arpeggiated a little bit more. That's interesting. Wow, that's... Holy shit. Good ear, dude. Holy shit. That is amazing that you caught that. I'm so fucking impressed. Yeah, I used to make music too a long time ago. I was too perfectionist though, and could never really commit to anything. There may be like some random tracks laying on one of my computers I might share with you guys sometimes, but it was mostly like industrial metal was what I did. I also did some like trance stuff, some old school 90s techno stuff. I was on a kick where I was trying to recreate the sound of White Zombie for a long time and did it successfully, although I don't know if I still have any of those recordings left. When I was learning to play guitar, I started to get really good. I won't say really good, but I started to become a competent guitarist. I would say intermediate to advanced, but not advanced, not ridiculously good. Definitely not a professional. And I was working at a restaurant with a meat slicer, and it's basically a big blade, and it has a slide with a handle that you move back and forth. And it cups it, so you like put a ham or whatever there and you slice it, thin slice, right? And somebody had taken the protective cover off the left side because that you have to in order to remove the blade to clean it. And I don't think they had removed it completely. They had just not screwed it back in at the bottom, and it like slides open. And it slid open on me, and it raked my pinky finger and almost took my pinky finger off. And ever since then, my pinky has had arthritis and it's stiff. So back when I used to be able to arpeggiate really, really good, like I could play crazy finger tapping solos and stuff. Just as soon as someone taught it to me, they were like, oh, this is how you do finger tapping. I immediately just was all over the neck. And I remember the guy who taught me is this dude named Justin is like, holy shit, dude. I can't even do that. And he had been playing way longer than me. I remember trying to go back and do it after I sliced my finger open, and I never was able to again. Not the same way I could before. And that really fucking hurt my feelings because it was one of my favorite things. I used to be a pothead. I'd go to work, I'd come home, I'd take a shower, I'd sit down, I'd smoke a bowl, and I would play guitar for hours. And it just kind of went out the window after that. I basically became a rhythm guitarist because I couldn't do all the solos and shit that I could before. And now when I pick up a guitar, I can just tell that the speed isn't there anymore. It really is not like riding a bike. You have to constantly be doing exercises to maintain speed. Real sad. The arthritis is mostly gone now, though. So I bet you if I were to sit down, I could probably become competent again, but I don't think I'll ever be as good as I used to be, which is sad. I have had so many hobbies and gotten really good at them and then left them and came back to them later and been like, shit, I can't draw anymore. Can't play guitar like I used to. Last time I jumped into like FL Studio to play around with making music. Couldn't remember where half the shit was. I'm just getting old. I give up. I'm going to have to, I don't know, Probably past my years of being able to get good at things the way I could when I was young. Neuroplasticity has dysregulated so much that I can't learn things like I could when I was young. So if there's like advice to people out there, if you're kind of young, let's say you're 30 or younger, if there's anything you're remotely interested in, try to get into it when you're young. Like now, get into it now. Because if you do, you will learn a lot more quickly than if you pick it up when you're 30. It's like if you ask people who play Go, for instance, they'll tell you that if you start learning how to play Go at 13, that's pretty late. You're probably not going to become a Go master if you start learning at 13. You need to have played since you were like a toddler. Pianists are often that way too. Like you want to become one of the greatest pianists in the world. Well, that is true. I'm not saying that you shouldn't after 30. I'm just saying that you shouldn't wait until you are 30. If you have an interest now, you know what? That's actually a good point. It still counters everything I'm saying. If you have an interest, pursue it now, period, regardless of how old you are. But you can still learn things after 30. It just takes a lot longer and requires more patience. And one thing I'll recommend to people who want to learn guitar, my girlfriend used to be able to play Moonlight Sonata. She learned piano as a kid. Yeah, see, that's what happened to me when I drew as a kid. The thing that I got the best at was drawing. I was very, very good. I remember being like 13 years old, 14 years old. And I can't show you guys, and this sounds like a cop-out or bullshit or copium. I had a house fire and I lost everything. All my art was just gone. In fact, it was my bedroom that burned down. It was pure luck. Stamkey, you probably don't know this story. When I was about 17, 18 years old, senior year, I think I was 18, or maybe about to turn 18. I lived in a house that was built in 1920. It had asbestos in the walls. It had fabric wrapped wiring, and it used fuses. It didn't use breaker boxes. And my friend Brad Martin had come over. We had hung out. We had got drunk, probably slept with a couple girls. My mom at the time, I think she worked night shift. So we had the nights to ourselves in this nice house. So we probably got laid and got drunk and passed out, and the girls left. And, I just wanted to crash in the guest bedroom. There were 3 bedrooms in the house, 2 downstairs and one big one upstairs, which was mine. And I didn't want to go up the stairs. I remember being like too woozy to try and get up the stairs. So I just told him like, bro, I'll crash down here. You can crash in my room. It's fine. And he's like, all right, cool. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, I hear a knock on my door. He opens up the door and he's like, hey bro, my ride's here. I'm getting out of here. Just wanted to let you know. And I'm like, all right, man, check you later. Love you, dude. And he left. Didn't think anything else of it, but it is a good fucking thing he left, because around 4 in the morning, there came a loud bang, 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 bang. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I thought it was the cops. That was my first thought. I was like, oh my God, the fucking cops are here. What the fuck is going on? I wasn't doing anything. I was asleep. I didn't do anything illegal. What the fuck? And then I hear the dude say, your house is on fire. And I ran out. So you have to understand, me being a goth kid, I had wild clothes. I had a pair of parachute pants that were silver. They were pleather parachute pants, silver pleather parachute pants. And it's like December 22nd, freezing fucking cold. I run out topless, hair hanging down, goth kid, wearing like glasses and silver parachute pants in the middle of the cold. And I look up and my fucking bedroom is on fire. It's just gone. It's just fucking evaporated. It turned out the old couple that lived next door were a couple of old stoners. They were hippies from the 60s. They had like a Christmas tree with pot leaves and wild colors all over it, and the whole house smelled vaguely of patchouli. Had no idea my neighbors were this cool. Fucking love that old couple. If you're still out there, fucking thank you. You saved my life. I cannot thank you enough. But all of my artwork was in my closet. All of it. I mean, so much artwork from the time I was like 3 until 17, probably thousands of paintings and drawings. And I had stuff that I had done in pastel, stuff I had done in oil, stuff that I had done in acrylic, thousands and thousands of graphite drawings, comic books that I had drawn, posters that I had made. They were all almost exclusively gone. There was like 2 pictures that survived, and they weren't even particularly good ones. And, at the time, the other kids were starting to catch up with me as far as how good they were at drawing. And that was really disheartening, because I thought I was special. And when I started to see that there were others that were on par with me, I'm like, well, I'm no longer fucking special. And I'm not going to be able to rebuild this portfolio that fucking burned down. And I just gave up. I just quit. I was like, fuck it. I'm done. I'm never going to do this again. I quit. Stupidest fucking thing I ever did. I should have never stopped. Because what I didn't realize at the time, I'm going to open up Paint really quick to demonstrate this. Probably would be easier to open Photoshop, actually. Let's open up Photoshop. Because it'll probably ask for update or something. I want to talk about something in case you are wanting to get good at stuff. Something that's going to happen to you no matter what it is you're trying to get good at. And it will drive you batshit crazy, but you have to learn to recognize it before you get there. Close. And it's plateauing. So let's let me okay. Local server, please start your server and reload the plug. I don't care. New file. Custom. Let's say web 13. That's fine. Okay. All right. And let's fill this with black. The reason why I'm doing it this way is because I don't want to flashbang you guys. So, all right. Is chat hidden? I think it is. So there's this weird thing that happens as you get good at a particular thing. Let's use regular paintbrush. It's not any, is it a weird paintbrush? Wait. Oh, is it the artboard being weird or something? Will pencil work? Oh, I'm drawing black on black. I'm an actual fucking idiot. No wonder. Okay. Yeah, okay. Here, let's trash this because it's got... So, right. You've got like your skill over time. So we'll call this time. Boop, time. And this is your skill. And over time, what happens? Let's pick a different color here. Web colors. I love using web colors. It makes finding colors real easy. And let's, is it control shrink? No, it isn't. Let's make you smaller. Let's make you, yeah, like 4. So over time, what happens is your skill does this, right? So you slowly improve at a thing. Probably would look better if I used, oh, I haven't used fucking Photoshop in a while. So now this has got me all messed up. Oop. Yeah, we'll do like this. Haha. So your skill goes up over time, right? But what ends up happening is you'll eventually get to a point, and it's probably going to be in your late teens, where what ends up happening is it starts to do this and starts to do that. Stop being an asshole, please. Oh, why do I not know how to use Photoshop? Son of a bitch. Stop being an asshole. Come on. Boop. There we go. Boop. There we go. Over time, it'll start to do this. So when you're first getting good at something, you'll start to see exponential growth, especially when you get to about here. Now let's move this over just for demonstrative purposes and stretch this out a little bit. Wait, can I hit Alt? We'll get rid of these, right? Oop. That'll work. Sure. We'll do like that. Scoot this in because that's not a perfect curve. Let's go to paths, and I want to stroke, not fill path. I want to stroke the path with this, please. Please stroke the path. There we go. All right. And then I can just delete this path. So this is annoying. I'm sorry that I'm being weird about this. But I got to about this point and I thought that I was God's gift to the fucking world. I thought I was the most amazing artist ever because every day I was just seeing this exorbitant growth in my abilities. But when I was about 18, this happened. And unfortunately, everybody else's slope started to catch up with me. And every day, even though I was practicing, my growth wasn't as much, right? So if you, let's do like this, boop. Stop being weird. Why is Photoshop being weird? There we go. My growth was amazing for a while, but then after a while it went away. I'm giving up on this fucking stupid slideshow. Anyway, my fucking point is, I can't believe I wandered off on that so long. You will start to see diminishing returns over time. And because you start to see diminishing returns over time, you think that you're not improving. But the truth is that when you get really good at something, the amount that you improve isn't less. It's that there's less room for improvement. So people will eventually catch up to you or appear to, because their growth curve up to that point is much quicker than after that point. So like if I were to go back and look at the art of the people that I thought had caught up to me today, they would have improved, but they probably wouldn't have improved that much. They weren't that ahead or behind me because we had both hit the fucking plateau. So whether you're good at video games or you're good at art or you're good at music or whatever it is, when you hit that plateau, that's not a time to stop. That's a time to push even harder because improvements are going to come less and less, but the improvements are harder fought and won, which means that people that are lesser than you are going to give up because they're not going to see improvements either. And I didn't understand that when I was a kid. Yeah, like what I just did there was the most autistic thing I've ever done. I'm like, let's draw a chart in Photoshop. I'm so fucking sorry. But my brain is the same way. My brain is weird about stuff. It becomes obsessive about things, and I want to demonstrate things and teach people things about certain stuff. And unfortunately, I'm way better at analyzing like my own work and the work of others than I am at doing. You know, they say those that can't do teach. I would probably make an excellent fucking teacher, but I'm not going to make an excellent artist or an excellent musician, or I'm not going to be, you know, the next Shroud or the next Mitch Flower Power or whatever. I'm beyond that, but I am good at looking at situations and seeing where they can improve, even if I'm not good enough to make those improvements myself. That's actually one thing that annoys me about games that require strategy like Overwatch. So I might not have the greatest aim in the world, but I promise you my strategy is really good. Yeah, you can. That's it. Actually, you can. The thing is that you are so close to the ceiling that the amount you're improving appears to be small. So it requires more work for less improvement, right? But that's the thing. It's not actually less improvement, because if you begin to look at it in terms of the amount of work it takes to get to that point, it's actually more work, right? So a person who goes from learning how to draw a line to drawing a circle, to drawing a sphere, appears to have improved incredibly in their ability to draw. But really, it's still just a single line, right? In all three cases. So it was easy for them to go from drawing a line to drawing a sphere. And it looks like a ton of improvement, but the amount of work that it required to achieve that improvement was minuscule. The amount of effort it takes. So I actually know the perfect meme for this. Number of polygons in games over time. There used to be a meme for this. Yes, this is perfect example. So this is like precisely what I'm talking about. Open image and new tab. We'll zoom in. It's a little bit blurry. So this is 60 triangles. This is 600 triangles. This looks vaguely like a bust shape. This actually looks like a bust, right? It's 10 times the number of triangles. But from here to here is also 10 times the number of triangles. Now you're like, oh, it's actually Beethoven. But when you look from 6,000 to 60,000, it doesn't look like it's improved that much. But it's the exact same amount of improvement as all the previous iterations. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's real easy to say that this doesn't look much better than that. It's easy to say that. But objectively, it's the same amount of improvement as from this to this and from this to that. It's the exact same amount of improvement. So that is something that I wish people would bear in mind. Yeah, so you might be improving from 6,000 triangles to 60,000 triangles saying, man, I haven't really improved. I've really hit the ceiling, when actually you've improved tenfold and are unaware of it, because the amount you've improved appears to be minuscule when it's not. So don't think of it in terms of like just the superficial look of the thing. Think of it in objective terms. How many hours did it take you to get to where you are, right? Like if you're in an aim trainer, right, and you have, say, a 25% score because you're in the lowest, quarter of the population as far as how good you are, and you improve to, say, 50%. Yes, you've doubled your improvement, but now you're just average. Going from 50% to 75% is way more difficult and requires more time. And then going from 75% to damn near 100% is almost impossible. Did you? You rolled him in Dusk? Good job. I'm proud of you. Stemkey needs to be put in his place with his ultra kill skills. Let me see. Breaking Bad 98%. I wonder if I can find this meme. So this is a good example too. So whether it's painting, drawing, playing games, cooking, meth, always remember this lesson.
That sample you asked me to run, I ran it, and it is quite good.
Thank you very much, Gail. You can give that to Victor to discard.
Is that our competition?
I'm sorry?
It really is quite good. The purity, of course, I'm speaking of. Speaking strictly in chemical terms. And I can't, as of yet, account for the blue color. But if that is our competition, we have our work cut out for us, so to speak.
You don't have any competition, Gail. Not as far as I'm concerned.
Can you hear this okay? Let me crank this up because it is quiet.
After all, how pure can pure be?
Here, I'll do you guys a solid. Advanced audio properties. Oh, it's not advanced, it's filters. Sorry. Filters. I have a compressor in here. Yeah, gain and limiter. This might make it too loud. Let me know.
It can be pretty darn pure. Mr. Fring, I can guarantee you purity of 96%. I'm proud of that figure. It's a hard-earned figure, 96. However, this other product is 99. Maybe even a touch beyond that. I'd need an instrument called a gas chromatograph to say for sure, but that last 3%, it may not sound like a lot, but it is. It's tremendous. It's a tremendous gulf.
Gail, for our purposes, 96% will do just fine. Please, don't let this trouble you.
Yeah. It's just... I'd love to know who synthesized it, is all.
A man who wants to work with me. A trained chemist, like yourself. But it won't happen. I don't consider him a professional.
If he's not, I don't know what that makes me. I'm not trying to talk myself out of a
With
job.
this person, there are other considerations.
His is the best I've ever seen, hands down. And I look at this place that you've built, the money you're investing, sparing no expense. And I know that you want the best.
Yeah, so I think about that a lot when I think about improvement. It's weird that some of the best like advice you can get about improving comes from that. So you have to understand that just because it's difficult for you to see your improvement does not mean that you're not improving. But I will say one thing, one recommendation specifically for you, Stemkey, and that is to branch out. I'll check your link here in a second, but branch out. It's okay to obsess over Ultra Kill and get really, really good at it. But if you can take those skills and move them to other games, you'll start to develop skills that are more broadly, more universally applicable. You can apply them to more things. I had a guy, he was disabled. He was autistic that I took care of. It's my job. It's what I do. And this dude had real serious social issues. He didn't know what was socially appropriate, would say things that piss people off or freak people out. He like cornered a woman and her daughter on an elevator one time and saying, "Oh, your baby is so beautiful." And he was being honest. He was just trying to be sweet. He did not understand how a 6'2", 260, 80-pound autistic man might be intimidating. He had no concept of that, right? He had real issues with like taking showers, wearing clean clothes, wearing clothes the right side out and stuff like that. Motherfucker wrote a novel. He sat down and wrote like a 60,000, 70,000 word novel. And it was good. It was a good novel, right? The problem was it was fan fiction. It was based on She-Ra. I shit you not. He was obsessed with cartoons. He loved He-Man and She-Ra, and he wrote a fucking She-Ra fanfic. And it was good. And I remember telling him, dude, I hate to be that guy, but stop writing fan fiction. Write an original story. The amount of effort and time that went in this, and it's this fucking good. If you had written an original story and got an editor, you could get published. Like, you could be a published author, which is what he wanted to be. And so when it comes to Ultra Kill, the problem is that the hype surrounding it is eventually going to fade, right? And you're going to have to branch out to other things and get good at other things. Ask any Overwatch creator, right? Who in 2016 was ridiculous at Overwatch. If they hadn't branched out to other things, there wouldn't be an XQC. I probably shouldn't say that, but XQC was a tank main in Overwatch, and he was really, really popular for it, but he moved on to other things, and he became more universally popular because of that. Even some of my favorite streamers, like Disguised Toast, he was a Hearthstone streamer, but then he blew up during Among Us, and unfortunately, he got burned out on that game. And he's a really funny guy. He makes other funny videos, but I think he waited too long. He waited until he was burned out to try and make other content, and because of that, a lot of it flopped. He should have been branching out earlier. And I don't blame him, you know. You milk that cow for all it's fucking worth if it's earning you good money. Yeah, Doom Eternal does count, but also competitive multiplayer shooters are probably the most popular online. If you get to be a top 500 of a popular online first-person shooter, a multiplayer first-person shooter, you could stream and build a hell of a following. I'm not good enough to do that. I'm not good enough at first-person shooters to be able to pull that off. If I could, I would, because I like to play multiplayer shooters. I'm just not good at them. I play them for fun in my free time because I'm not good. I used to be, but I'm old now, and I spent too long not playing games. What is this, by the way? This looks sick. Oh God, I thought it was a UFO. Oh, I bet this is loud as shit. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Knock this down to -5. Filters, turn the gain and limiter off. Oh my God! That is the Skyrim dragon. What the hell? Listen, chat. If you've not seen Stemkey play Ultra Kill, you should. He told me he was streaming one day, and after I got off stream, I thought, I'll sit in there for like 10-15 minutes. I need to make food and stuff. I can't sit through the whole stream. Sat through the whole thing because it only took him 1 hour and 40 minutes to P-rank everything except the very last level. And he almost P-ranked that. He had 1 death in 1 hour and 40 minutes. P-ranked everything. It was some of the sickest shit I'd ever seen in my life. Like, it was straight bussin'. It was straight fire. No cap, like dead ass. It kind of blew my mind. I was like, wow, holy fuck. I really suck at this game. I really fucking suck. It was like watching Neon play Celeste. It's like, bro, I'm never gonna play like that. I'd have to invest 10,000 hours to get where you got in a couple hundred. So if he ever does, you know, you should check him out, especially considering how busy I've been lately. If you catch him streaming, you should check it out if you're interested. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. You're welcome. We have to lift each other up. There's a lot of people, especially in the streaming space, that are like trying to cut each other down. And sometimes I joke and say shit like that, like, but it's not serious. The reason why Mr. Beast got where he was is because he found a lot of like-minded people and he worked with them to make the most popular YouTube content he could. Instead of shutting them down or trying to be competitive, he would ask them, you know, what worked for you, what didn't work for you. He would tell them what didn't work for him and what did work for him. And together they formulated some of the most popular content ever on the face of the earth. And the dude is set for life because of it. We need it. Especially when there are so many shitty streamers. No disrespect, but there really are people that are just money grabbing. They do it because I understand if maybe you're poor and you think of it as a way to dig yourself out of poverty. I can appreciate that. But there are some people that just think of it as easy money. I hate to be hateful towards e-girls, but if you're the type of person who, when they started adding bathtub streams, was like, oh, thank God, I don't have to pretend to play video games anymore. That really hurts my feelings because there are people out there that are amazingly skilled that don't have your cleavage. And there are already so many platforms you could be popular on and make so much money on, that I feel like it sort of takes away from those people that are really, really skilled. And I don't hate on them. Like, listen, go out there, earn that money. But with so many people, and not just e-girls, there are a lot of guys that do this too, that are like, hello, boys and girls. Thank you for joining my YouTube. Don't forget to smash that like button. You know, they sound like radio talk show hosts. I do it because I fucking like you guys. This is how I get social interaction. I hang out with you guys. We talk shit. We play video games. And if that gets me viewers, hell yes. If it doesn't, oh well. It is what it is. Yeah, it's really, really sad. And don't get me wrong, there are those that are in that vein that are hardworking. I will never watch an Amaranth stream, but Amaranth is the hardest working e-girl on the fucking planet, boys. She is not fucking around. She is not fucking around. It is a business to her. And while I'm not a big fan of that genre of content, I cannot say that she is lazy. She is not lazy. You don't stream 12 to 16 hours a day and then get to be called lazy. I'm sorry. You don't. It doesn't matter what your content is. That is so hard. Pulling off a 4-hour stream is difficult. 7-hour streams like I used to do were, they were grating sometimes. You'd get to that last hour or two and you're just like, man, I don't know if I'm going to fucking make it to the end. It is what it is. It's fine. I have not, but that's shitty. I don't know how he still does it since he's already a millionaire. Oh, yeah. Well, she actually has plans outside of her streaming. Like, she's obsessed with horses, apparently, shit like that. And I think she's trying to make sure that she's set for life. There is a limited period of time where beauty is going to earn her money. And I know that she's thought of this. Because beauty wanes, if you have a way to capitalize on it and make money, if you combine that with discipline and hard work, you can make a killing until that beauty wanes. And once that beauty wanes, unless you do more and more degrading stuff, you're not going to earn money. And so she is trying to earn as much as she can while she can. And I guarantee you she will probably still be a streamer in her 40s, but it'll probably be totally different content because who fucking cares? She can do whatever she wants then. She's literally set for the rest of her life, and good for her. I'll definitely check that out. Let me look at these screenshots first because this game looks so beautiful. I love this stuff. Wow, they actually modeled that. That's amazing. I love that. So much nostalgia. Kapapkakoma Volume 1. Wow, Titan Chaser. Definitely add to wish list. Oh, shit. That's 99 cents. That's getting on my... I'm buying that. That's $1. That's worth it. No delay on that. Oh, shit. I have to actually go in my Steam app. Fuck. Oh, there are definitely people who watch hot tub streams. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have looked through Twitch content before, especially back when I was trying to be careful about what I streamed when. I was a lot more successful when I did, and that's a suggestion I can give somebody. If you want to be successful at streaming, one thing you can do is look at the number of people watching a particular type of content and the number of people streaming, and pay attention to the ratio. And if like I can actually probably find a good example by going to Twitch really quick. Let's go to twitch.tv. Let's mute this because it's going to immediately try to play stuff. If we go to browse, we can search for, let's search for Myst, say, right? It's a game. Myst. There's no one streaming Myst right now, but there are 3,000 people that watch it. If I were to start streaming Myst right now, I would pick up 2 or 3 viewers, guaranteed. Guaranteed 2 or 3 people would show up to watch me play it. Because there's nobody streaming it, but it was one of the biggest games of its era. There was a time when this was the most popular game on the planet. So there's always someone interested, especially if it's your first time playing it. People will show up just to watch. If you look at games that have cult followings, like Undertale is one. I haven't streamed it, but Undertale has an absolutely insane fucking following. 477,000 followers, 930 viewers, right? But if you look at the number of people streaming it, what is that? That's 5, 10, 15. There are 17 people streaming, right? So you could just do quick math. If there are 930 people watching right now, and there are 17 people streaming, it's an average of 54, 55 viewers per stream. So if you've got a good personality, you could get as many as 55 people to watch it. Yeah, horny teens mainly watch it. That is true. But even I have like looked stuff up and seen a girl and just like, damn. And do I stay in the stream? No. Am I sending her messages? No. Do I look at her cleavage for about 10 minutes and then bounce? Yes, absolutely I do. I am not above admitting that. I am not going to lie. Every now and then I see one that's like, holy shit. Woo! Lord have mercy. You know, but then I move on. Undertale is one. There's another one. Oh, Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight has an absolutely fucking insane following. 945,000 followers, 1.2K viewers. And usually the way that I would do it is I would look at the number of people streaming and I would ask myself, like, how many scrolls does it take to get to the bottom? If you can get to the bottom in just a handful of scrolls, it's probably a good game to play. Because it means that there's a huge following, a huge number of people, well, not a huge number, but a good number of people that are viewing, but not many people streaming it right now. Celeste is one that's usually pretty good too. There are fewer than Hollow Knight, but again, one scroll, what is that? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 31 people streaming it. Yeah, Ultra Kill is absolutely a good example of that. It absolutely is. There are only 45 people in there and only 8K followers, but that number is probably going to go up because it's so new. But yeah, that's actually... So the way that I actually thought of it is like this. So let's say that you get 5 viewers peak. Right? Say you get 5 viewers peak. The most you ever usually get are 5. That's just an example number. I don't think that's how many you actually get. I usually get around 5 on average here lately. My peak was around 15 on average, but that was very short-lived. I think the most I ever had was like 23. But if you get 5, look at the number of viewers these people have, right? 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 4, 4, 5, which means that your video would be somewhere in between here and here or here and here. You're in the very first row, which means you're more likely to get clicked on. So if I go back to Celeste as an example, let's go back to Celeste, and you get an average of 5 viewers. Unfortunately, the lowest one visible on my screen right now is 6 viewers, which means you're off screen. It's less likely you're going to get clicked on because you're not on the actual first page, right? Hollow Knight, probably a similar problem. 1.2K viewers. The lowest on screen is 12. So if you know that you can get 15 viewers, that means you're going to be on the front page. And any game where you can be on the front page, you're likely to get new viewers, especially if the game has a cult following. The one game that gave me the most views, I think, is Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds got me so many viewers, it's ridiculous. People fucking just, they love watching people play it the first time, and I do not blame them. Outer Wilds is one of the best games I have ever played. It's what Infra was. Yeah, Infra is good too. Infra is also a great example of a game that you can stream. There's no one streaming it right now, but the people that love Infra, dude, they're obsessed with it. They're obsessed with this game. If you were to get on right now and play Infra, you'd get a viewer. Is it the thing that you posted? Let's see what this is. Oh, wait. My headphones died. I gotta see what this... Oh, Nile, sick. Headphones, are you awake? Yeah. Man, good bassists are so underrated. Outer Wilds is probably... It is definitely in my top 10 games of all time. If you want a good narrative. It is frustrating at first. Take your time. Don't worry about dying. Don't worry about fucking up. Try to uncover the story, because the way it works is it's not linear at all. You slowly uncover the story as you play. You'll find a bit of story here, a bit of story there, a bit of story here, a bit of story there, and slowly you learn what has happened, what is happening, and what is about to happen. And when you get to the point where you understand what is about to happen, you can break the cycle, because it's a cyclical game. And, oh, so good. I cried. I was on stream and I remember like, please don't fucking cry at this. Oh, I would definitely check that out. I would check that out. The one that consumes souls in the afterlife?
It's called Sacrifice Anta Sabek.
Oh, those low guttural vocals are so hard to pull off. I know this isn't for everyone, but sick! I'm sorry. Hearing Jim Carrey talk about like Cannibal Corpse and Napalm Death is some of the funniest shit I ever saw too. Either two, both. I don't know what I was trying to say. Dude, some of those are so difficult. Some of those lines. For those that don't know, a guitar is way easier to play than a bass as far as the amount of pressure you have to apply. You can detune a guitar, and if you've never played guitar before, if I were to take that electric, if I were to detune it to like B standard, you could instantly be playing shit and be like, oh, this isn't so bad. Acoustic is harder, especially if it's in standard. The amount of tension it takes is a lot more. It's not that the bass requires more tension, it's that it's a longer neck. So it's between like 27 and 30 inches usually. And that longer neck means that you have to move more with your left hand or your left arm. And because the gauges of the strings are higher, you have to apply more pressure usually. And the way that you play is different too. You can play with the pick, but generally you play with the beds of your right hand, usually just these three. And that is a technique unto itself. And then you have slap technique too, which takes work. Dude. So those higher notes aren't as hard because the gauge isn't as thick. Is that a 6-string? It is. All right, so a lot of gent bands, like Meshuggah, for instance. Meshuggah, I'm pretty sure what they do is their basses are effectively in standard, and so they're actually at the same, they're in the same range as the guitars because the guitars are detuned A strings. and it's just the timbre of the instrument is different, and so it accompanies the guitars. Not so much by laying a bass underneath because the guitars are at the same pitch, but just by adding harmonics. But they came up with a sub bass guitar. Yeah, this thing. Because of the popularity of low-tuned guitars, some crazy motherfucker invented this. And it is so deep. It's so deep. I can feel my balls dropping, chat. Oh, have a good night, Captain. Have a good night, buddy. Thank you for joining me. I'll probably only stream about another hour or so. The next game I'm going to play, I'm pretty sure is going to be Faith. So look forward to that, Stemkey. I'm gonna try and play Faith sometime soon. I should be able to stream tomorrow. I might be able to stream Friday. But I have doctor appointments Wednesday and Thursday, and then work on the weekend, and then I have a doctor appointment next Thursday. I'll post like a little calendar on Discord. It will probably fucking change because everything's up in the air right now. But oh, it's so bass. So deep. That is the deepest fucking bass. It sounds flubby. Muddy almost. Oh, so good. Yeah, I will. Let's go ahead and go for... Oh, yeah, Jim Carrey, so good. This is so good, chat.
I love music. I love every kind of music, but recently I've really started to get into this thrash metal music. I don't know, there's something about it, man, that I just can't let go.
The crazy thing is he would make a great vocalist.
It's great. There's this one band out.
Napalm Death.
Called, Napalm Death.
Yeah.
And it's so hilarious. I mean, I listened to this album. I started listening to this album, and it was literally, I'm not exaggerating, that was it. You know, and I thought, you know, someday this guy's going to want to slow down and do some duets. You don't bring me flowers. A little bit country.
So good. Yeah, he is amazingly talented.
You know, if you can't enjoy your own stuff.
So that Jim Carrey actually brings up something really interesting. I used to have this weird interest in the occult. Not that I was an occultist. I just thought that it was interesting. I liked studying like old esoteric stuff, theology and stuff. Mostly I'm just irreligious. I'm pretty secular. But there was this idea, and The Secret really, really destroyed it. But there's this idea that you attract things that you put out into the universe. So you make a habit of being positive and expecting good things to happen, and good things do tend to happen. Really, I think it's more that because you're in a positive emotion, the way you interact with the world is a little bit healthier, and that causes good things to happen. If you're just a dick and a misanthrope all the time, yeah, bad things are probably going to happen to you, because I hate to break it to you, you're a dick and a misanthrope. But one thing that he did that some of my friends who were really deep into that world mentioned to me was that he had like written a check to himself. It was like for $10 million or something ridiculous. He had written a check to himself, and he loved his father very much. And if I remember right, he took that check and he put it in the breast pocket of his father's jacket in his father's coffin when they buried him. And like 2 weeks later, he got paid a ridiculous sum of money because he had done, if I remember right, it was Dumb and Dumber and The Mask back to back. And they were back to back hits. And he could 100% cash that $10 million check that he had put in his father's breast pocket. And so my friends who are all like witchy and shit, they're like, dude, he's a fucking magician, man. He's a literal wizard, you know? And I don't know. I love that fucking story. I don't know why. I love that story. And I think that there's a lot of interesting things that come out of the occult that you don't actually have to believe in the supernatural to kind of understand why it works. Like I was mentioning about tarot card readings. The thing about a tarot card reading is if you understand what all the tarot cards mean and you do a reading for yourself, what it does is because you understand the metaphor of each card, you begin thinking about your problems and your place in life from a different perspective. And that renewed perspective helps you to understand things better. That your subconscious is constantly processing the shit that's going on in your life, but you ignore it most of the time and you just sort of skate through life on autopilot. But if you take the time to get away from yourself, to get outside of yourself, stop thinking in the same thought patterns over and over, you know, definition of insanity, and you find a new way to look at your life and the way things that are going, you'll be able to come to some really interesting conclusions that you maybe otherwise wouldn't have come to. Give me just 1 second. My kitty is being weird. And I really do think that that's what a lot of that is. I think the reason why a lot of people think that it's supernatural is because they just get themselves into a headspace that allows them to think about things differently. And then they think that's supernatural when really you kind of tricked yourself, you know, you kind of, I don't know what you gaslit yourself into believing a particular thing. And it actually ended up being beneficial for you because you did that. Let's check this out. Oh my God, I've seen this before. It's so ridiculous. I think that's Warwick, right? That's like a Warwick base. They used to do those custom. Oh, I will. Yeah, as soon as I heard the high-pitched notes, I knew instantly that it was. Let's check out Discord recommends. Game suggestions. Oh, no fucking way. Wait. There is one more link before this. There's the Amaranth thing. Okay, this is very long. So let's check out the Discord recommendations first. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Amaranth, even though it's not my kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Here's what we'll do. We'll just copy this link. Copy message link. Because it's being weird. Paste this. We're going to close some of this old stuff so I don't get too much shit open at the same time. Oh, really? What's going on here? Why didn't it open in here then? Discord is being weird today, chat. Open link, please. Huh. Maybe I need to restart Discord? Yep. What the fuck? I don't even want to know. All right, we're going to restart Discord really quick. Quit this. Also, don't need itch open. I'll keep Steam open in case we want to look up some stuff. All right, let's open Discord again. So there is a problem with yeah, there is a problem, and I hate to be like I hate to sound like a conservative, but there is kind of a problem with the lifestyle that Amaranth has chosen. I'm not saying that it should be that way, but as a general rule, if you make your money exposing yourself to people and generally sexualize yourself, other people are going to devalue you. And because they devalue you, they begin to think of you as an object instead of a person. And they don't think of mistreating you as being as bad as mistreat. Yeah, there we go. What the hell? I don't know why Discord's being weird. Check out the Vision trailer. Absolutely will. Oh, this is so sick. Oh, there's a parent mod, New Horizons. Oh, we're definitely going to do some more Outer Wilds streams, bro. We have to. Because Outer Wilds is so good. So it's not. What I mean is that I heard another story about a woman. I'm going to restart this. I heard another story about a woman who started an OnlyFans, and she made a lot of money, but she ended up in a relationship with a guy that cheated on her all the time, was constantly blowing her money. And she, like, if I remember right, kind of on the sly, talked to other guys and tried to maybe set up a backup in case her relationship fell apart, which I'm not saying that was a smart idea either. But she found it really, really hard to impress upon, I don't know how to put this, because she made her money the way she did. Her boyfriend was able to devalue her and mistreat her, and she felt that she was in a place where it'd be difficult to find someone else better, because most men don't want to date a girl that has been that promiscuous or that has sold her body on the internet. I'm not necessarily saying that's right. I don't think that we should hold people's past against them in all cases, but I also kind of understand. Like, I probably would not want to marry a woman who did a bunch of adult films and slept with thousands of guys. I just wouldn't want to. And that's kind of sad for that person if they want to have a monogamous relationship after they've exited that particular career. It can be incredibly difficult because a lot of men that you would maybe consider to be high value, who you would be interested in having a long-term monogamous relationship with, aren't interested in having a relationship with you. And unfortunately, it's really, really common, especially for women in the adult film industry, to end up with men who are effectively bully pieces of shit. And I'm not saying that they deserve that, but it happens way more often than we would care to think. And maybe it's a pattern that is exaggerated by the internet because it's sensationalized. Maybe it's not as common as I think it is, but anecdotally, I hear a lot of stories about this particular thing, and it's sort of sad. I heard a story recently where a 16-year-old boy, his older sister, 21, started making adult films on OnlyFans, and his friends at school found out about it, and it was destroying his fucking life because people would airdrop images of his sister, like playing with herself and stuff, and be like, oh, your sister's a fucking whore, are you hitting that, blah, blah, blah. Just the most viscerally awful things they could say to him. And he ended up alienated and alone, and he would like spend lunches in the bathroom at the school because he didn't want to be approached by people. He didn't have any friends anymore. They had all abandoned him, making jokes at his expense because of his sister. And he said his sister made so much money that she was paying for the mortgage of the house that he was living in with his mother. And so they relied on her income to remain afloat while in that house. But at the same time, she had destroyed him emotionally, and he fucking hated her. And I'm not saying that they should have treated him that way, but people are fucking awful, and they will take advantage of situations like that. And I think about that, like, you know, a girl might think she's just making some extra money on the side on OnlyFans, and good for her if she is able to make a good amount of money. But if she ever decides to have children, what happens when that child's friends find photos of her online? They're gonna be bullied. I'm not saying they should be, but it happens. Amaranth is not nearly as bad, in my opinion. Most of her stuff is, I don't want to say sophisticated. It's not gross. It's not disgusting stuff that she produces. But it does cause social problems for her. Whether that's justified or not is, I don't know. But yeah, when I found out that her boyfriend was the way he was, which I haven't watched the whole video, I just heard about it secondhand. I was like, man, why am I not surprised? I am not surprised at all that ended up being the case, and that fucking sucks for her. She doesn't deserve that. She doesn't deserve to be treated that way, but I'm also not surprised. Right, not a compromise necessarily, but a risk, yeah. Yeah, the thing is that you have to think outside of yourself and consider your circle of people. Is there a big spoiler? I mean, the location kind of is for the Echoes of the Eye. Oh. I'm already so excited. Oh my god. Now I want to make Outer Wilds content, chat. I'm not going to lie. I would love to make some cool Outer Wild stories. Oh, I'm definitely going to look into this, and there will be an Outer Wild stream on the horizon, because there was some things in Outer Wilds that I didn't get to explore. There were things like I got through the main story and through the DLC, but I found out later that there were a lot of little things that I missed out. I missed out on like some small quests and stuff that had really interesting stories. And I didn't go back to it because I'm like, well, these small quests aren't big enough to constitute an entire stream. But if there are DLC, then I could get into the DLC or the DLC, I could get into the mod content and explore some of those side quests that I missed. And it would probably constitute a good couple streams at least.
What are you saying to me?
Because are you even listening?
You just said something really fucking mean.
Oh yeah, I did. Because you didn't. And did you even listen to what I said? What was the condition?
I don't remember.
Exactly. See?
I can hear this, but I'm going to step away for a sec. Wait.
Exactly. See? I said I'm gonna let you say what you think you heard. Then, when you're done, I'm gonna say what I said. I'm not gonna interrupt you, and you're not gonna interrupt me.
You just.
No, let's stop right there. No, stop! Stop! Stop!
Why did you say you were gonna kill dogs?
What?
You're literally doing the thing that you did this morning, which is you're interrupting what I'm explaining to you.
No, tell me. That's not acceptable.
What do you mean, no? I'm telling you right now. You're interrupting me telling you!
Why did you say you were gonna kill my dogs?
Leave the house.
Okay, I can leave the. You know what? Actually, I don't. I shouldn't leave the house because my dogs are here.
We'll take the dogs and leave. I'm telling you. You're asking the question. I'm telling you, and you're interrupting my fucking like telling you, literally, literally.
What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
The thing that bothers me is I get a sense because I stream that she's actually way more upset than she looks to be. There's this feeling of having to keep composure when you're on stream. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's a little disingenuous, but it is absolutely a thing. Like if I experience something upsetting in a game, I try really hard to mute my emotions if it's like traumatic or it's going to make me cry. The only thing I don't really mute is fear because it's fucking funny. If I genuinely get startled and freaked out, I go with it every time because it's better content. But it's really, really hard to expose yourself to the public, especially when you know that the video is going to be recorded. It's basically in the history of humanity now.
Did not say that. Now you're just fucking being a liar.
I'm not just.
I said I'm going to.
My dogs are here.
We'll take the dogs and leave. I'm telling you. You're asking the question.
It replayed it. I didn't do that.
Like telling you, literally, literally.
What are you saying? You just told me you were gonna kill dogs if I didn't do a 24-hour stream.
Nope.
Gonna kill dogs if I don't do a 24-hour stream?
I said I'm going to tell you in terms of the earlier, because you're still saying that I. Oh my god, dude.
This is a... I don't know. It sounds like he wanted her to do a 24-hour stream and she didn't want to, and he flipped out. Yeah, he is obviously basing his entire conversation, like his argument is all emotion-based. He doesn't have a leg to stand on logically, and he just keeps resorting to, like, what do you call it, like an ad hominem attack. Why do you keep interrupting me when she's obviously giving him time to speak?
Why are you pausing? You didn't ask a question. You said a statement. Did you say that?
She fucking deserves better than this, bro. That's so sad. I'm not going to sit through this whole thing because this is going to make me upset.
Then you tell me, what did you say?
I don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Bro,
God.
Let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
I asked you
Okay.
why, if there's a reason, because you insinuated that.
Your tangent.
Why would we only do threesomes with guys? I think we should do them with guys.
threesomes.
Oh my God! See this right here. This right here. This right here.
Wait, he wants her to do threesomes? Wait. I asked you if there was...
Why, if there's a reason, because you insinuated that.
She insinuated that if they did threesomes, it would only be with guys, and he asked why. So he's jealous. In his mind, he could maybe accept having a threesome with two women, like Amaranth and someone else, but the idea of sharing with another male, he gets territorial and obsessive and jealous. Like, maybe let's just not have threesomes. Just a thought.
Why would we only do threesomes with guys? I think we should do them with guys.
And she's like, I don't want to.
See this right here. This right here. This right here is why I said that. You weren't even listening, which is my point. If you're not listening well enough, then you're literally... Now you see why. I didn't say if you don't sleep 24 hours, I'm gonna kill your dogs.
Dude, I will tell you what, I have a hard time communicating with women when they cry. I'm really bad at handling it, and I'll just be honest about that, because I've dated a lot of women that would lie and manipulate using they would cry as a manipulation tactic. Not saying that all women do that. In fact, that's why I'm mentioning it. I made my current girlfriend cry one time over something incredibly fucking stupid. And I obviously apologized for it, but it was so dumb that I was like, why are you crying? Are you actually crying right now? I remember saying that. Are you actually crying right now? And I felt like such an asshole later because she wasn't trying to gaslight me. She wasn't trying to manipulate me. She wasn't lying. A person that she cared about was negatively judging her, and she cared about my opinion. And when it seemed like my opinion of her was low, that upset her. It wasn't the specific things that I said. It was that this person she cared about had a low opinion of her, and that fucked her up. And I felt like a human piece of shit because of that. I'm a lot better at handling relationships than I used to be. I used to be in an abusive relationship with a girl. It was not physical. It was emotionally abusive. We treated each other like shit. We were constantly arguing, constantly hating on each other. She was kind of a leech. I was kind of an asshole, but it taught me everything I needed to know about what a healthy relationship was. Anytime anything starts to look like that relationship, I immediately reevaluate what I'm doing. And me and my current girlfriend, we almost never argue. It's just not a thing that we do. I mean, occasionally there'll be minor spits or spats about like things, but we don't yell at each other. We don't name call. We don't curse each other. We have had a couple like heated exchanges, but it's nothing like this at all. I could not imagine talking to my significant other like this. It blows my mind. I would not be in a relationship if this is the type of conversations I had to have in that relationship.
I said, I'm gonna say a thing, you're gonna say a thing, and I bet you're not gonna hear mine at all. And to prove the point, I said something terrible. To prove that when something is very, very important to you, you literally don't hear anything else.
That's fucking stupid. So you think that she's not listening to you, even though you're obviously a poor communicator. She probably just misunderstood what you were saying. And because you wanted to prove a point, you threatened to kill her dogs?
That was the whole point. And now that you're trying to play the victim, I'm pissed even more, because you're now lying. You didn't even hear what I said. That's the point.
All right, I'll keep this going for another minute or two, and then I'm moving on just because it hurts my feelings.
You're hearing what you say.
No, I did. I said it on purpose. I said it to
Holy shit, it's 26 minutes of this? Fucking Christ. That is so shitty. But this is also a problem that happens with open relationships. I had a friend, kind of a close friend, actually. We're only internet friends, but I really, really cared about this person a lot. Still do. Her name's Michelle. Michelle, if you somehow happen to come across the stream, you probably don't know that I stream. Yep, that's right. I'm fat now. I'm not handsome anymore. But also, you're fucking totally rad. One of the coolest people I know. And I remember when you entered into an open relationship, and I remember thinking it was going to end poorly, because oftentimes two people's emotions are already too much. When you enter in a third person, it gets fucking crazy. And a similar problem can happen with streaming. You have the emotions and the opinions of the public at large. And then when you enter in that menage a trois, is that a good way to put it? When you enter into that, the possibility of threesomes, I could totally see how somebody who isn't really confident in themselves could get jealous or territorial, begin lashing out, begin doing shit like this guy did. I'm not excusing his behavior, but I'm also kind of not surprised. I've seen men act way more shitty than that. Yeah, logic is really, really important in a relationship, and it's good to recognize when a person is putting you down to put you down. My girlfriend has done it to me before. I remember having a conversation with her on the phone where I was like, a lot of people's, what was it? What was the exact thing I said? I think it was, a lot of people's favorite planet is Mars because of Elon Musk and the idea of colonizing there. I said, but honestly, I think my favorite planet is Venus. And I remember her saying something to me to the effect of, people don't have favorite planets. That's just fucking crazy. And I remember it hurt my feelings because I'm like, you obviously don't fucking know space nerds. People absolutely do. They absolutely do have, favorites. But that wasn't what upset me that she said that. It upset me that that was kind of in an effort to put me down. If somebody is excited about something, if they really like something, you should always support them in that. Well, unless it's something like, dangerous or illegal. But, if somebody really likes to play saxophone, you should never put down their hobby of playing the saxophone or a video game or whatever. Because when people talk about things that they really love, that is first off, the cutest thing ever. You get someone excited about some hobby or something that they like. I fucking love that when people gush about stuff. But also they've received enough of that from the world at large. They don't need that from people that they care about. But I called her on that. That's exactly what I told her. I was like, why would you behave that way? That's inappropriate behavior. You shouldn't put down my thoughts or feelings on a particular topic just because you don't agree. You should say something to the effect of, well, it's not really an interest I have, so I don't really understand. But, if that makes you happy believing that or thinking about those things, then good for you. And she knew she was in the wrong, and she apologized for it. She knew better than to do that. And so that's usually how our arguments go. She calls me on some stupid fucking thing I did, and I actually have to stop being emotional, think about it, and be like, fuck, you know what? You're right. My bad. I shouldn't have done that. I'm an asshole. My bad. And dude, that's a healthy way to deal with relationships. I promise you. Communication is so fucking important. Another good thing to remember if you want to be in a healthy relationship is, do you want solutions or comfort? That question is so important. Do you want solutions or comfort? If they've had an argument with one of their coworkers, right, and they unload on you when they get off of work, oftentimes they're not looking for a solution. And as guys, we're constantly trying to find solutions. Sometimes they just want you to be like, yeah, fuck that bitch. How dare she? They want someone to just agree with them and to comfort them by helping diss this other person or whatever it is. And so if you're ever unsure, just ask them, baby, do you want comfort or do you want me to help you solve it? And usually comfort comes before solutions. So oftentimes they'll want you to like diss this person. Oh, that fucking piece of shit. How fucking dare they? And then after they've calmed down and they've, unloaded everything, then you can sit down and talk about solutions. Yeah, that mindset, politics would really, really help. But politics is ruined by media. American news media is awful. It's not the same as it used to be. It's gone to shit. It's absolutely gone to shit. Journalism used to be really, really respected, but now everything feels state sponsored. It's like watching the news in China, but in the United States. Everything has an angle. Everything is meant to divide us or to create stupid arguments about things that are like inconsequential. They don't have any significant consequence on the vast majority of people. And meanwhile, things that really do have consequence aren't discussed. I'm going to play some CS 1.6 with the stream in the background, so I'll lurk. That's fine. I'm only going to be on for like another 40 minutes anyway. So you have the problem of the media needs to sensationalize and dramatize things in order to maintain their ratings, because people online, I mean, like Joe Rogan is a great example. Whether you like him or not, he's more popular than CNN in most cases. And that drives journalists at CNN mad. I mean, if you're a Harvard graduate who worked for the New York Times and then went to work as a talking head at CNN, and you're trying to establish a lifelong career of relaying the news to the public at large and being a trusted news source, and then you find out that some gym bro on the carnivore diet did an ice plunged, smoked out of a bong, hit a dab of fucking DMT, and then started spouting about the Ukrainian conflict, and he got more views than you, that would drive you nuts. That would drive you absolutely batshit crazy. But the problem is that a lot of the news, at least the United States, is insincere now. Finland's problem is that a lot of parties don't want to debate with Finn's party since their views are a bit harsher. For example, that current immigration is harmful. Yeah, so the problem in the United States generally is that everything is divided up into only two camps. They get called Nazis and racists. Yeah, so if you're attacking the character of a person, name calling them and making a straw man, that is not good journalism. It is real easy to say that Jordan Peterson is, I don't know, a Nazi or a bigot, right? And if you characterize him as that, then you automatically nullify all of his arguments. And I don't agree with everything that Jordan Peterson says, but a lot of what he says makes sense. He often has a valid opinion, whether you agree with it or not. And to characterize him as something that he's not, as an effort to, to discredit him, that's stupid. You should actually have an open debate with him and engage in rational discourse. That's why I like Sam Harris. You know, I don't agree with everything that Sam Harris says, but if you ever listen to a debate between Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, it's fucking amazing, because these are two guys that really like each other and disagree on a lot of shit. They disagree on so much, but they don't want to yell at each other or resort to name calling. They want to have a rational conversation with one another. So when you hear them interact, that I always think of those two when they debate one another as the way political discourse should be. Like, sure, we disagree, but why do we disagree? Why do we think the way that we think, or whatever? And in the US, I don't know enough about Finnish politics to really comment on that, but in the US, they like to divide us up into parties, either a Democrat or a Republican. And usually they characterize the party, either party, by the furthest left or the furthest right, depending on the party. So the Democrats are only the furthest left individual that you can conjure up, and the Republicans are only the furthest right that you can conjure up. So, you know, the left wants to mutilate your child's genitalia. You know, they want drag queens in school, blah, blah. That would be like the rhetoric from the right. And then the rhetoric from the left is that everybody is a hardcore Trump supporter. They want to take all the rights away from women, etc. And the truth is, most people in the US are somewhere in the middle. They're not on either end of that spectrum. And if people would just recognize that, and I think they're starting to, the news would start to lose a lot of its potency, because people are like, wait a minute, you know, my neighbor is a Republican. He doesn't agree with any of that. What are they talking about? I'm surrounded by Republicans and I have rational discourse with them all the time, even though I'm more left leaning. I would say I am, although someone who's really far on the left might say I'm a conservative. And most of them, they are just super, super common sense people. and they recognized the flaws of people in their party, specifically Trump. Had a really, really interesting conversation with my girlfriend and her family about Trump one time. And the amount that they disliked him was surprising. But if you were to watch the news, you would have it that all Republicans just love Donald Trump, and they didn't. One of them said they did vote for him. I think it was in 2016, but they immediately regretted it because of the decisions that he made when he was office, that they were very disappointed and they wouldn't vote for him again. You know, and you don't hear that from the liberal leaning news media. You just don't. And I see on places like iFunny, the way people talk about people that are on the left, that they're all batshit crazy and, you know, they're all blue-haired lesbians, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, but I'm a registered Democrat and I'm neither of those things. You know, I also don't want to take your guns away. I'm actually a pro-Second Amendment Democrat, but I'm what you would call a Southern Democrat because, believe it or not, the state that I'm in now used to be a Democratic state. It used to be mostly Democratic political officials, and it slowly became more Republican. But we used to be a purple state. We used to flip back and forth a lot more. We don't as much, although we do have a Democrat as governor right now. Our political youth organizations didn't want to debate with the Finn's party youth organization because of their views. Compared to America, they're not radical at all. That's amazing. So kind of yes, kind of no. So we have 50 states. We have a couple of different regions, but everything is segmented the further down you get because of how big the country is. So the people that have the most influence on your life are city officials. It would be like the city police and the mayor, right? And the local judges, etc. Well, the judges actually are a step up. Above the city level, you have the county level. And that's where you get the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department is usually a county thing. So it's a separate police force over the entirety of the county. And that's also where you get most of your local judges, local lawyers. I don't think that there's technically a leader over a particular county. But when you go above that, each state has different regions that are a cluster of counties, and it's usually based on something economic, whether you know, you might have a region, for instance, like the Kentucky has the bluegrass region. That's where most of the thoroughbred horses are bred, and it's pasture land and etc. But that's not really a political entity. That's just a way of subdividing the populace so that you understand like what types of jobs might be in that particular area. And then above that, you have the state. And the state is where you have a governor, which is kind of like the leader over that particular state. And you have a number of senators and representatives that are voted on to represent the state. And so the government can be thought of like as the president of your state. And then the senators and representatives are literally representatives in Congress. They represent our state to the other representatives of other states. And then above that, you would have like the president and so on. We don't have 51 states. We have 50 states. But here's the thing. We should have 51, in my opinion. I think we should add Puerto Rico. I think Puerto Rico should be allowed statehood because whenever they have a disaster, they don't get support. They don't get as much federal support as they probably deserve. When they have some terrible disaster, a hurricane or something, wipes out a whole bunch of them, we don't really have any obligation to help them. They're a colony, technically, one of the few colonies that the United States still has. Hawaii used to be a colony too. It wasn't until it was attacked that it became a state because the United States, leaders in the White House realized that it was an attack on mainland America, even though it was just a colony. But they were afraid that they couldn't convince the populace of this. They were afraid they couldn't convince them, hey, this is attack on the U.S., even though it's just a colony. So they gave it statehood to kind of reinforce the idea that, listen, Hawaii might as well be mainland United States. And I think the same thing would happen. Like if we were attacked at Puerto Rico, we would feel the same way we did about Hawaii, even though Puerto Rico is just a colony. And so I think it should be made a state. It should get federal funding and helped out as much as possible because they get hit by a lot of hurricanes that mess them up pretty bad. What is this? Oh, audit the audit. Yeah, police forces are rough in the United States because you have city police, right? So like we have city police. Each city would have their own, depending on the size. Some smaller towns don't really have a police force. Like if you're a really, really small town, they usually are just protected by the county. The county is a collection of probably like 20 cities and towns, roughly. and the county would have the sheriff's department, which are elected officials. They are you can hire deputies, right, and other employees just through a regular employment process, but the sheriff is actually elected. You vote for a sheriff. And then above that, you would have like state troopers in the United States. They cover the entire state. Generally, they are focused on interstates and highways that cross multiple counties, is what state troopers are. And then outside, across multiple states, you would have things like U.S. Marshals and FBI that can jump from state to state. In fact, the FBI was created because of, I think, John Dillinger, because he would commit these crazy crimes and then he would jump across the border to another state. And the state police of, like, you know, Texas couldn't do anything once he went into Oklahoma. But yeah, we need police reform. And a lot of people disagree with me on this. I don't think they should be defunded. I think they should be funded more properly. And I think that the requirements for being a police officer should be increased. That's my opinion. I think that if we gave them more training, increased their pay, gave them more training, required a higher standard from them, you would weed out a lot of the bullies. Because bullies want an easy way to bully. They don't want to have to sit through 6 months worth of classes or to have military experience or whatever. The best police officers I've encountered in the United States almost exclusively were ex-military, because the amount of training that was required of them in the military made them overqualified to be a police officer. And so they ended up making really good police officers.
Very pissed with us, okay? And he runs the jail, so.
While on the phone, Columbus officer Colby Saunders reiterates that he and his fellow officers are not being allowed to process inmates because Sheriff Countryman is angry with their department. The administrative authority over jails varies dramatically from state to state and depends largely on where the jail is located and how it was funded. In Georgia, counties and municipalities can form regional jail authorities, which share the administrative authority and financial burden of operating and maintaining a jail. Under Section 42-4-93 of the Georgia Code, quote, municipalities located in more than one county may participate in municipal regional jail authorities in each county in which the municipality is located. This code is designed to accommodate large metropolitan areas which may require more inmate space than average-sized cities or towns and fall within the jurisdiction of multiple counties. However, Section 42-4-104 of the Georgia Code clarifies that, quote, notwithstanding anything contained in this article,
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm glad Stemkey is popping off. I know that feeling has got to be great, dude.
4 of the Georgia Code clarifies that, quote, notwithstanding anything contained in this article, no participant county or participant municipality shall be prohibited from establishing and maintaining any jail or jail holding facility. This means that jails are not required to be operated jointly by the surrounding counties or municipalities, and one city or county can have exclusive control over their respective jail facilities.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
In 1970, the city of Columbus and the county of Muskogee
This is
created a
bright.
consolidated government body under Section 1-100 of the Columbus Code of Ordinances, meaning that the city and the county combined their governments into one functioning body.
Ah.
Section 8-100 further...
I've seen that happen in Virginia. It's weird, but there are also, I think they're called, they're not called provinces. They're called like provincial something. But there are counties and cities in the United States that are older than the idea of traditional counties in states. And so they have like a separate type of municipality. I want to say Virginia Beach used to be that way. It might be in a county now, but it used to be like a city and a county combined, if I remember right. I can't remember what it was fucking called, though.
Sheriff of Muskogee County, quote, shall be the sheriff of the consolidated government. Although the Muskogee County Jail's website states that it was, quote, funded by revenue bonds, the consolidated nature of the local Columbus government seems to indicate that Sheriff Countryman may not possess exclusive administrative authority over the jail.
Huh.
It's into question whether he actually retained the authority to dictate which order suspects were to be booked into the jail. Once Deputy Atkins finishes booking his inmate, he attempts to return to his vehicle and exit the jail, but the bay door of the jail's hangar is blocked by
No
a
shit.
patrol car.
Oh, wow.
Atkins asks the CPD officers to move their car, but Columbus Sergeant Vincent Lockhart Jr. orders them not to.
Them supervisors can.
I understand. I get that.
So I can get the out the way.
All right, so I got a call to go to. I can't go to the call because y'all want to play stupid childish game. It ain't not. No, it ain't because of me, man. I got nothing to do with that. Sarge, I got nothing to do with that in there.
That does not surprise me. Yeah, a lot of big-headed individuals who think that they're better than thou, pulling shit like this does not surprise me. There's a lot of like interpolice politics that occurs in the United States. I've seen it numerous times in different cities, but the two biggest are actually neighboring cities here in Kentucky. In one case, there was a case where a detective, he had fallen in love with the state trooper's wife. They were having an affair, and that state trooper died under mysterious circumstances while on a call on the interstate. If I remember right, he was hit. He was killed in a hit and run. And as far as I know, they never found the guy that actually killed him. But everybody knew instinctively that this detective and his brother, who was also a detective, had him killed as an excuse to get basically exclusive control over the wife. Now that she was a widow, they could, engage in their relationship without the fear of being caught cheating. And it raised enough red flags that the story goes, I don't know how much truth there is to this story, but I'll get to a more true one here in a minute. It raised enough red flags that FBI agents were sent to investigate this particular case. And the FBI agent went down to the county where the detective operated, did a series of interviews, did an independent investigation. He got in his car. He headed up the interstate. He stayed at a motel on the way back to, I think it was Frankfurt, was where the FBI, that particular FBI agent was from. And he was murdered in his motel. And as far as I know, they never figured out who murdered the FBI agent. So as far as I know, nothing ever became of that particular investigation because the person who performed the investigation was killed. So everybody in town knew that these particular detectives were super fucking dangerous. You never wanted to cross their radar because it was believed that they were not beyond killing you. Listen, these are mostly rarities, okay? And as a general rule, you have to be in a position where you're going to interact with the cops on a regular basis before you really have to worry. I hate to be this way, but I'm assuming you have light-colored skin, so your interactions with the police officer are going to be better. It shouldn't be that way, but I've had plenty of black friends who have really, really struggled with their interactions with police officers, especially if they live in rural America, where there are mostly white people. When they're in the cities, they encounter a lot of issues too, but then it has more to do with where they are. If they're in a really bad neighborhood and they encounter a police officer, that can be very fucking scary because they know that the police officer's worried for their life because they're in a bad neighborhood, right? But if you're like just a black guy in downtown Dallas, say, and you get stopped by a cop, the probability of something bad happening is pretty slim as a general rule, unless you're already doing something bad. Cops are definitely racist. In fact, the best cop I've ever known, the best police officer I have ever encountered in my entire life, and I forgot his name now. I wish I hadn't. He was a black beat cop that worked the corner where my school was in downtown Dallas when I went to high school there. I was very, very poor. And I remember saving up pennies to buy sodas from it wasn't a gas station, a convenience store down the road, because that would be all I got to eat that day. I would collect 99 pennies and I would go and I would buy a Mountain Dew Livewire, and that would be my breakfast and lunch because I was very poor. And he somehow knew this. And so what he would do, instead of giving me charity, hey, Grim Reaper, instead of giving me charity, what he would do is he would give me a little bit of money and he would tell me to go down to the convenience store, grab a couple sandwiches and like a couple, Gatorades or Powerades or whatever, that he wanted one. And because I was willing to go get it for him, he was willing to pay for me. And that was the nicest thing he could have ever done. That black police officer was the reason why I ate so many days. If it wasn't for him, I literally would not have eaten that day. I would have had a Mountain Dew Livewire, and that would be all my day's calories. But instead, because he found a clever way to feed me without making it look like charity or making me feel bad for myself, I was able to get a sandwich and a drink almost every day. We don't have cops that are racist since most. Yeah. And honestly, I will say I think it's getting better because I've been with black friends when like we get pulled over and stuff in my local area, and there wasn't an issue at all. There was no problems as long as you were respectful, as long as you weren't a dick. Um, I actually have to say, for the most part, where I live, I'm not going to say that they're all good guys, but they just mostly don't want to be disrespected. Like, respect is important to them. So you show an officer respect, you comply with basic demands. I mean, obviously don't do anything crazy. You don't have to do everything they say. There are probably instances where you shouldn't, you should shut up. But yeah, most of my interactions have been pretty good around here. Not amazing, but pretty good. And I've gotten out of tickets and stuff just because I wasn't an asshole. There was a case where I was driving way too fucking fast with a client in the car who was intellectually disabled. And the reason was because I had come off an interstate where you could drive fast onto a highway. And in my brain, I was just going the same speed. And I just straight up told him, listen, I was distracted. I wasn't paying attention. That's not an excuse. That's just an explanation. I'd come off the interstate, and for whatever reason, my brain was set at that speed, and I drove at that speed. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have done it, and I'll pay closer attention. Dude, let me go. And he was not a happy camper. He was a mean motherfucker. You could tell that this police officer was not the friendly type. But because I showed him respect, I explained my case. He didn't get a copy of the registration. He just looked at my license, said, okay, you have a valid license, because I was in a company car. And I told him that what I was doing, I was like, oh, I'm driving this person home from a vacation. If he had decided to make a huff about it and give me a ticket even, I would have lost my job. And I think even though he was surly, he understood that, oh, I might cost this guy his job when he was just being a dumbass. And so he let me off. Cops are so logical. They conduct themselves so well. None of that overpowering ego. Dude, I've encountered bad cops too. I've had cops pull. I had a cop kind of pull a gun on me. He didn't point it at me, but he definitely pulled his gun. That was because I did something stupid though. We were following some friends once. We were going to a party. Well, they piled like 7 people into this little car. And when the police saw that, they're like, you can't do that. That's too many people. So they pull them over. And when they pull them over, us not knowing any better, we're like 15, 16-year-olds in a car. We pull behind the police officers. We just park there and we wait for our friends. Well, the police officers didn't know who we were. They thought we were a danger. And they called reinforcements. And before we knew it, there was like 30 cops surrounding us. And they were not fucking happy. And I remember we had a girl in the car and she started crying. And I'm thankful to this day that happened, because I think that's why they let us go. When she freaked out and started crying, they felt bad because they realized we were just idiots. You've seen the drunk TikToker that got pulled up by the cops. Shit was hilarious. Oh yeah, the guy who's like, my safe word is pineapple. That guy. Wow, that doesn't surprise me at all. If someone robs a store, they don't have the resource. That's insane. They should. Yeah, so I've had bad experiences and I've heard of corruption. Where I am now, there was a corruption case involving the constable. And I actually knew the constable's son. I worked with him. And because I knew the constable's son, I got out of a lot of trouble. His son's name was Kevin, and I worked with them, and everybody treated him like shit. I mean, they were so mean to him. They legit bullied this kid. He was like 16. I was maybe 21 at the time. They bullied him really bad. They made fun of him for being overweight and being dumb and all sorts of stuff. Just being hateful to this kid. And I didn't understand why. I didn't know he was the constable's son. I was just cool to him. It's like, why would I need to be an asshole? Well, turns out I was pulling out of work one night and my muffler was broken, so the car was really loud. That constable was going to pull me over, but his son Kevin was in the car and he said, no, don't pull him over. That's my buddy Adam. He's the only one that doesn't treat me like shit. And so it turns out that the constable had debated pulling me over a bunch of times. But the reason why he didn't and ignored me from then on was because his son said I was cool. Well, this constable apparently was like robbing money and drugs from crime scenes and was working alongside a judge to unjustly arrest and convict people of crimes while pocketing the money. And I happened to be in the neighborhood where he lived when he got raided by the FBI and shot by an FBI agent because he didn't know he was about to be raided. He pulled a gun, shot the FBI agent thinking someone was breaking into his house, and the FBI agent returned fire. They both got shot. Neither one died, but it was a huge deal. And it was wild because I worked in the neighborhood that night, overnight for a shift. And so I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, start getting everybody ready. And that was when it happened. There were fucking sirens. You could hear gunshots off in the distance and shit. It was wild. That was a wild morning at work. And 1,000,000% rubbernecked. I totally drove by his house on the way out. And they had the whole street cordoned off. I couldn't get through. I had to turn around. But that was interesting. It's weird. Small towns in America are weird. Let's see what this is, Demke. What you got? Oh, whoa, I haven't seen this. Oh, my damn headphones went to sleep again. You know what? I'm going to plug them in because it should keep them from going to sleep over and over. Come on, headphones. I should just play some ambient music in the background.
Put the car in park.
Let me move OBS. I've got it on this main screen here. Let's go back. I'm going to click your link again so that it goes to the correct timestamp.
Park. Put the car in park.
Damn, she is out of it.
Would you mind opening the door for me?
Do I have to? Is the key in the ignition?
Hello?
Man.
Open the door. Ma'am.
She is out, dude.
Open the door. Open the door. Police department, open the door.
Dude, she's fucking blasted. That doesn't just look like drunk. She's straight blasted, guys.
Close.
Close.
Little more. Can you put it in park? Hey. I'll lock it.
Here, one second. I'm going to adjust this just a little bit because I want to kind of chill. So I'm going to lean back just a little bit and I want to remain in shot when I do.
Hey, wake up. Car in park. Wake up. Put it in park. I'm going to shake the car.
Was she on Salvia? Dude, you cannot drive on Salvia. There's if you can drive competently on Salvia, then you're a fucking god. That's like ketamine or DMT or something like that's wow. You are no longer present. You are in the ether. You're off in fucking Narnia.
Put it in park. Car in park.
I'm not gonna lie, I've done Salvia. When I was a kid. Melted into a stairwell. Saw a cabal of shadow people forming. I was sitting in the backyard. I smoked it with my friend. I melted into the stairwell and time stopped. I could hear it because the sound of a lawnmower next door slowed down and then became a steady drone. And when it became a steady drone, everything started to melt. And then I saw 2 rows of shadow people in his backyard with a person in the center. And I remember walking down between them and I got to the person in the center. It was like an old lady and she turned around and said, "You're not supposed to be here yet." And then boom, it was over. I was just like back in the backyard, like what just fucking happened? You know, I did a lot of crazy shit in my youth, but that was one of the strongest substances I ever did. I was very surprised at how strong it was, how hard it hit, how quickly it hit. Do not recommend either because it has a tendency to cause bad trips more than a lot of other.
Opening the door for me.
A lot of other stuff.
Good boy.
I think I've heard of it. There was like a documentary, a little docuseries on it. Was it Vice? I think Vice did a docuseries on it.
Ma'am. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
Oh, from
Department, open the door.
changing scenes made it go back. I've got to get a damn stream deck, guys. I'm sorry.
Close. Little more.
I did it about 3 times. And 2 of the 3 times it was a very bad experience. It was just a negative experience. So I never did it again.
There we go.
Nice. Police department.
Oh, she's suddenly awake.
Take seatbelt off.
Hello. Hello.
Step out.
Hello, hello.
Hammered.
Yeah, hammered.
Huh?
Terrible.
Sweetheart, be careful. You're gonna fall.
Yeah, checking out for seats. I think you guys are like
Dude,
shit.
here,
You know what I'm saying?
Relax for a second.
Oh.
Do you know where you're at?
Yeah.
Where?
At the decision.
At the what?
I don't live
At the what?
at the decision at.
Go step over here.
Hey, we're gonna go over here.
I think she's trying to say at the subdivision she lives in, and her brain cannot unravel that rhyme because of how blasted she is.
Did you not hear us?
I mean, there's like a bunch of cop cars.
Yeah.
And,
Okay. All right, come over here. Hello. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda. What's going on tonight?
I like this cop.
Cop car.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you
Yeah.
into just now.
Me?
Yes. How much have you had to drink tonight?
It's dawning on her like, oh no, I fucked up.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, don't do drugs, kids.
Where are you? Do you know where you're
Yeah,
at?
I'm looking at the cop cars that are.
Yeah.
Check that the male has actually hit out the turn.
Okay.
You know you were asleep.
Her brain is trying to unravel what the fuck is going on. I actually feel kind of sorry for her. She does not need to be driving, but
At the light. Can you answer our questions?
Can you?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the cop cars that are.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you were asleep at the light.
Listen.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
Can you look at me for a sec?
what's up?
Can you answer my questions? Where are you
I'm at. There's a male registered.
tonight?
What time is it?
You
I don't
You don't even know.
You don't know?
okay, so what I will say is I've worked with clients who have this problem of getting distracted. But what they should have done is they should have changed. I know it's like procedure to stay between you and the person's car, but if the cop were to get on the other side of her and she were looking past him at nothing, at just nighttime, she'd probably be able to stay on point more. All those cop cars are too much for her blasted brain to process.
No, I don't know because
Okay.
I'm driving a car in the middle of the
Amanda.
night.
Amanda, how much have you had to drink tonight? Be honest.
What time is it?
3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock.
Yeah. How much have you had to drink?
3 o'clock. I've had 3 o'clock to drink tonight.
Okay. All right.
I've had 3 o'clock to drink tonight. Wow.
Next question to you. All right, Amanda. You ready for these other questions? Do you have anything that's medically wrong with you? Are you diabetic?
No.
Okay. Would you have any? Do you have anything that inhibits your ability to walk? Anything like
No.
that?
Do you suffer from seizures?
Do you suffer
No.
some seizures? Okay. Would you mind doing some tests for me?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm gonna have you do is I want you to stand with your hands at your side right now. Okay. Can you stand with your
All right,
hands?
we're going to watch this for another minute, but then I want to move on.
What I want you to do is
I want Mike, Mike.
Okay. You want to listen to my instructions to take some
Yeah,
tests?
I want Mike to take my instructions.
Who's
Okay.
Mike?
Are you gonna do the test I'm asking you to do right now?
Yep.
Okay. So stand with your hands at your side. Okay. I want you. You see my finger?
Yep.
Oh, no.
What I want you to do is I want you to keep your head still and track my finger with just your eyes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You ready?
She is so demolished. Oh, my God.
How am I supposed to track your finger with just my eyes when my kids' cars are moving over here?
Oh, my God.
Kids' cars?
Okay.
Do you want to face
like
this way?
there's
Yeah, we'll
kids
face
in
this way.
Cars
Okay, let's face
that are moving.
flip her
and
around.
over
Yeah. They finally got to the point I was trying to get at. It's for reporting purposes. Like they need to justify an arrest or a ticket or whatever. The more tests that they can get them to complete, the more they can write down person failed this test, person failed this test, person failed this test. But what's weird is I haven't seen them blow her. That's usually the first thing I want you to blow for me. Well, that's not usually the first thing, but if they're this blasted, it would be. It's in cases where it's kind of hard to tell whether a person is drunk that you would do all this first. But yeah, if I saw someone this blasted, I would go straight to listen. I need you to blow for me. We need to see what your alcohol content is. And then if she blew nothing, you probably have a medical emergency because it's not normal for you to behave this way. There was another link though, wasn't there? What's this?
Hello, and welcome to Driving on Salvia. I'm Eric.
Oh my God.
Now today we're going to take the car out onto the streets, and we're going to do some K-turns, and then we're going to do some U-turns, and then we're going to go ahead and parallel park in a spot smaller than we have before.
Wait a minute.
However, we need to take...
Wait a minute. Does she trip or fall? Also, I got to read this comment here. My relative is an addict and hangs out with the wrong people, which does not help him at all. I have no control over it since he lives far away. It's fucking sad. Dude, one of the problems that I had growing up, because I got into some bad stuff when I was in high school, but bad things started happening to my friends and then to some of my family members. Like some of you know, my older brother passed away, and it was a drug-related thing. And it occurred to me that if I continue on this path, sure, it's fun and I'm partying now. My brother was addicted to everything. He struggled with heroin for a little while, overdosed a couple of times, did a couple stints in prison. But what killed him was he went to prison for like 2 years, got out, and immediately went to work trying to set up a meth lab in a basement of like a 3-story house, and he was using ether, and he had been out of it for a couple days. He had stayed up for too many days. And because he had stayed up for too many days, he didn't realize that the ether had leaked out into the room, and ether is heavy. So unless you're low to the ground, sometimes you can't smell it. He went to light a cigarette and he blew up the whole house, killed him and the other 2 people in it. He was more of a heroin addict. It's kind of hard to talk about. But yeah, one of the smartest people I ever knew absolutely destroyed his life. And there were like girls that I was dating that cheated on me and left me. But a big part of the reason why they did was because they had found a source for drugs that they liked. And so it wasn't even that they didn't love me and that they loved this other person. It was that I'm going to leave you for the guy that can give me free drugs. And I started to watch all my fucking friends deteriorate. I had a buddy that committed suicide. I had a guy who accidentally killed himself while high. He fell off a cliff because he was just oblivious and didn't know what was going on. And these girls that used to be like really cute and I had a crush on slowly became crack hoes. And I'm like, man, I don't want to be around these people. I don't want to turn out like this. This is fucked up. And thank God I had the sense to realize that because I was young and partying. I wasn't really seriously into anything, but I recognized that being young and partying turns into old and an addict. And so I got away from all that stuff pretty early. I'm actually pretty boring now. I barely drink. I don't smoke, don't really do anything. I vape, but I've done hallucinogens and stuff. I've done mushrooms and all of that. Salvia was one of the most extreme things I experienced, but yeah, I'm boring. No, the vaping is not cool. It is not cool. I just mean to the young kids that are all into like Delta 8 or whatever. Yeah, vaping sucks. Don't. It's not cool. I used to smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, so vaping was a way for me to get off of cigarettes. I don't necessarily recommend that either. If you can just quit, just quit. But yeah, there was this idea that the cool kids did all the illicit substances when I was in high school, and I really bought into that for a while, and then very quickly realized these people aren't fucking cool, man. They're mostly lame. You also have these interesting experiences where you run across people that if you didn't have an opportunity to have a real conversation with them, you would write them off as just a drug addict. And then you hear them talk about like their hopes and their dreams or things that happened to them when they were a young kid, things they remember, things they're nostalgic about, what their philosophy is. And you realize that underneath all that is an actual person that would have been really cool and interesting, and probably would have had a really nifty life if they hadn't fucked up. I actually ran into a girl that was that way. She was fucking blasted. She was gone. But I remember having this really deep philosophical conversation with her and being so impressed. and it depressed the shit out of me because it's like in a couple of years you're going to be gone. There's a lot of drugs to stay away, but when you're young, you barely. You don't. Yeah, you don't. Snus, yes, I've done snus. I've dipped. I've smoked cigarettes. Never really chewing tobacco, but I have dipped. We used to use dip in school. See, we're one of the largest tobacco producers in the country here in Kentucky. So when I was in high school, or one of the many high schools I went to, if you smoked at home, what you would do is you would buy a can of dip, you would take it with you to school, you'd hide it somewhere, and whenever you felt like you needed a cigarette, you would just put a little bit in your lip. And you have to put a really small amount because you couldn't afford to actually spit while at school. If you were caught, if you were busted, you'd get in a lot of trouble. So you'd put a very, very small amount and swallow it. And there are cases of kids who would put way too much. They would swallow it. Not the dip itself, the juices that come off of it. They would swallow it, get nauseous and puke, and then they were busted. But yeah, we used to tuck just a tiny bit in, and then in between class, when we were in the bathroom, we'd spit it out in the toilet, flush it, and move on. It's a weirdly common thing around here.
I want Michigan State Police, Mike Davis. I want him here.
Okay, well, I want you.
She knows a police officer.
Yeah, I'm looking at your finger.
Oh, you gotta keep your head still.
Keep your head still. Okay.
Alright. You wanna be cool? Okay.
Yeah, I'm cool.
All right. I'm going to move on to the driving on Salvia. Let's see what happens. I hope that he's not actually smoking Salvia because this would be so dangerous.
Once you have that done, you're going to hold it in for about 20 seconds.
Oh my God.
Until your vision begins to vibrate.
Until your vision begins to vibrate.
And you'll be good to go. Meanwhile, check your mirrors. Make sure that they're pointing in the right direction.
A bong is just a utensil to smoke with. It's just a water pipe. It's a pipe that has water in it that helps to filter the smoke. You don't have to smoke salvia that way. I mean, I suppose you could roll it and smoke it. You could smoke it in a regular pipe. You could smoke it in a water pipe. But salvia is like a hardcore hallucinogen. And I want to say that it is super easy to grow. It's like related to sage or something that just like grows on like by highways and stuff. And if you can learn to identify it, you can just like go along certain highways and pick it if you wanted to. But because there wasn't any regulations on it, you were able to buy it in head shops for a while. And for the longest time, everybody was trying it in the US. Do not recommend it. Stay the fuck away. It's definitely not worth it. It's definitely not worth it.
I'll be back in a moment.
I'll be back in a moment. It's funny to make fun of people about it, but it's not cool.
A long time on that one.
Yeah, something like this, definitely just like once in a lifetime. And there is a huge disparity between different drugs, too.
Normally, I'm supposed to hold your salvia so long.
What he's about to do is super dangerous. He should not do that.
Otherwise, it makes you trip into space.
Oh, absolutely it will. It is incredibly, incredibly strong. He's probably experiencing tracers. So like he sees like triple, quadruple. So there'll be tracers behind his hands. Objects will deform and change shape. Sense of time will be totally distorted. He may have some daylight hallucinations where he sees things that actually aren't there. A lot of hallucinogens, all they do is they change your experience. They like, oh, colors are brighter. The walls kind of look like they're breathing. And then other hallucinogens are like, you just met a sentient unicorn that wants to, sell you immortality in exchange for your soul. There's a big difference between those two. Yeah, it takes you out of reality for about 10, 15 minutes, exactly. That's actually one decent thing about it is you're not going to be stuck unless you try to do something stupid like make it a tea or don't do that. You'll just be tripping balls for 10, 15 minutes and then be back to normal. Maybe have a headache. If I remember right, it gave me a headache the first time I did it. But yeah, you used to be able to buy this stuff at like gas stations and head shops. It was everywhere. And very quickly they were like, nope, we're not doing this. Things probably look really crazy to him right now. I wonder if he gets trapped. One problem people have with it is they get trapped. They feel stuck. Oh no. Also, I would say that it's a kind of delirium. You forget what's going on sometimes. So it's not just that you're seeing stuff, it's that you forgot that you did it in the first place. And you're like, why am I seeing stuff? Where like if you were to eat mushrooms or something, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm seeing stuff because I ate mushrooms. I've known people on salvia to forget that they smoked the salvia and be terrified because they don't know why they're seeing what they're seeing and why they feel the way they feel. And that's super scary. Oh, Americans and your silly little drugs. It's so crazy. Well, there's the K-turn he was talking about doing earlier. He is gone.
Hey, my name's Braden, and I'm going to the west.
So I had a friend do it one time, and he pulled a knife on me. He was outside in the woods, and there's like a lot of weird things that like they warn people about, like a lot of sound and stuff. It's better to be kind of deprived of sensory information when you do it. And he thought the birds were talking to him and telling him that he needed to kill me. Yeah, thank God he didn't fucking drive. Jesus Christ. But I swear there's a Vice documentary on Canine. I swear there is. Not Canine Dogs, Canine the Drug. Yeah. Yeah, it's a... Is it...
I should say like a truck, it does knocks you out. Whereas, bud, I'm just sitting chill. Do you know what? I wish I could go back to my bud. Because you know what?
Oh my God, I have to say, I'm sorry, Brits, but man, when you get deep into Britain, there are some accents that are so hard. They're so hard to understand. Yeah. Even as an English speaker, I'm like, what?
Horrible.
I woke up after the spice with vomit all over my bed and myself cut up.
I know a kid who died of it. Couldn't get his heart beating more. It was beating too fast, it just went and shut down.
All right. I don't know if this is the same thing, but yeah, synthetic stuff is so dangerous. And it's a market that's created by making the real stuff illegal. Marijuana is such a mild drug. I don't think that people should do exorbitant amounts of it. And I do think you can get like psychologically and maybe even in some rare cases physically addicted. And then it can cause certain problems for people. But you compare it to just alcohol and it's just so mild in comparison. You know, like people get drunk and crash into a family of 4 and, you know, destroy their whole life and kill a whole bunch of people. The possibility of doing that on marijuana is so much smaller because chances are you're too fucking lazy to get in the car in the first fucking place. You know, and if you did, it's because you're like, man, I gotta go to 7-Eleven. They got Krispy Kreme donuts there, you know. Oh, is it K2 that you're talking about? How long is that? 2 minutes? Yeah, we'll check that out real quick.
Teen's personal account of his addiction to that synthetic drug K2.
This is a story that every teenager and every parent in Metro Detroit needs to hear. 7 Action News reporter Dave Llewellyn is here with his story. And Dave, I can't imagine what this young man had to say to you.
Diane, it's a powerful yet low-key testimony. Ethan Steiner told me his use of K2 went from something fun to something he had to do.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, but it also depends on the strain. A lot of people don't realize that there's like 2 basic strains or brands, kinds of marijuana. You have indica and sativa. And sativa is more like, I want to say that a lot of it was produced in Mexico for the longest time. And it is a lot wirier. It will wake you up a lot more and energize you. And then indica is a lot calmer. It will mellow you out and you just want to lay about. Sativa is the kind that gives people panic attacks and makes them paranoid a lot of the time because it does energy. When I was at work one time, I was about 19 years old. A guy gave me some, he called it green crack. And he's like, just go out to the dumpsters. And it worked wonders for a while because it woke me right up. I was kicking ass at work. And then as it slowly started to kick in, I was like, oh my God, I made a terrible mistake. I should have never done this. So, to be a dumbass kid.
The synthetic marijuana offers a quick and powerful high, but it comes with a price. And now he's trying to put his life back together.
It's very aggressive and I just love the way it felt.
Ethan Steiner switched
So crazy.
when he was 15 to get around his mother's tests for his marijuana use. In no time, he found himself addicted.
K2 is very powerful and sudden, and it hits you so fast. And I continued using it more and more every day, and the tolerance really builds up on it. And I started using a lot of it a day. So,
I mean, how much?
Yeah, I don't recommend it either. Yeah, like, I would say that you could do way worse. You know, like, if that's all you ever did, you're in good shape. But especially nowadays, how strong it has become because of its legalization to a great deal, a great degree. Yeah, I don't recommend it. I think that it has a tendency to make people really, really lazy and complacent, and that can cause real problems in your life. Instead of being like disciplined and hardworking, you're laying around the house watching, Little Mermaid or something, stoned out of your mind. And I don't know. I do think it depends on the person, but I don't recommend anybody do any drug at all. But if there was one you were going to do that I'd be the least worried about, that would be pretty high up there.
around 3.5 grams a day.
The synthetic drug is cheap and has been readily available for teens.
I've just seen every drug imaginable destroy everybody's life. I've known so many people who just absolutely destroyed their life. So I can't support anybody doing anything that I would think would be bad for them.
I don't want anyone to go through what I had to go through. So.
Addiction is a huge problem in the United States. It's really, really sad, especially the opioid epidemic has absolutely destroyed lives. It's really fucked up and sad. Yeah. I don't think you're going to find happiness in illicit substances. I think that's more a personal journey thing. Meditating actually is mind-bogglingly good, but it has a high barrier to entry. I mean, kind of has a low barrier to entry because all you have to do is just sit down and shut up. But before you start having really interesting and intense experiences, it takes practice. And it is incredibly, incredibly helpful. It's helped me to get through stuff in my past. I definitely recommend meditation. I also recommend, like Tai Chi and yoga. Just avoid, I don't know, money grab versions where it's like, come do hot yoga. Some people can't sit still. So if you can't sit still, there are other ways to meditate, like a lot of people who go for runs every day, they will tell you that they're meditating in motion and that it has been incredibly beneficial for them to get out and run through nature, say, for 20 or 40 minutes a day. And that is their meditation. And the amount of good it's done for their life is just unquestionable. I need to do that. I used to walk every day. I used to go for like a 20 or 40 minute walk every single day through nature. It was a very common thing that I did for years. And I felt so much better when I did. And I don't do that now. Yeah, it's just such a complicated topic, all this stuff, because everybody is totally different. And the safest thing to say is that just don't, because there's no way I can know what kind of person you are and how well you'll take it and whether it'll fucking destroy your life or not. And I think about, what was it like for my brother when he first started? He was so much older than me. I wasn't around when he was a kid. Maybe it started really innocently and it gradually evolved into what killed him, and that's really sad. And I think about, like, if I have kids, how do I prevent them from fucking up that royally, And I know in some cases you can't, but damn, if you're a good parent, you got to try, right? You got to try to protect them from that shit. My girlfriend didn't really have any serious issues growing up. She drank a little bit too much. She experienced pretty severe depression, but she never became like an addict or anything.
So, wouldn't it be great if we could have
I'm really impressed with Unreal lately.
This level of deformation complexity, but able to evaluate in real time. Well,
It makes me want to play with Unreal and make stuff.
machine learning to compress that simulation data into a format that can be evaluated at runtime.
Wait a minute, they've got machine learning and MetaHuman now?
So you are looking at our ML character with deformations driven by full muscle, flesh, and cloth simulation from Houdini. It's running in real time and on PS5. It's taking around 1/10 of a millisecond on CPU for network inference, and as you see it here, around 1 millisecond on GPU for morph target evaluation. So this is a fully generalized model. We have not just trained it on the cinematic animation that we can see here.
Yeah, so what you're describing, I figured this out after I started meditating, is called guided visualization. It's also kind of a form of self-hypnosis. There used to be this thing I would do. I'm going to wrap up the stream pretty soon. There used to be this thing I would do if I was having a really hard day and I found it difficult to meditate, is I would do this self-hypnosis exercise where I would picture myself on the first floor of a building and I would open a door leading to a stairwell going down into the basement. And across the halfway point of the stairwell, there would be water. The basement was flooded, like lukewarm water. And I would control my breathing and imagine myself taking steps down each of the steps and the feeling of the water first touching my feet and then covering my ankles, then being up to my knees. And then before I know it, I'm wading in the water and I try to imagine that I no longer have any weight. I am just floating weightless in this water. And usually if I did it right after that, it would get crazy. I would see the wildest shit. I almost always ended up on some kind of a slippy slide through space, sort of. Just floating aimlessly through space along a waterfall cut through the vacuum. And it was just really, really interesting. And I always came out of those sessions feeling a lot better. I saw a weird thing one time that stuck in my head. I saw a black hole sun kind of thing. I don't know how to explain it. It was like I fell into this giant alien machinery and there was this dark metallic object, perfectly spherical, but it put off light around the edges. It was sort of like if an eclipse was an object, because an eclipse is actually two objects, one eclipsing the other, but it was like a singular object and it was slowly rotating and I could hear like the distant sound of rumbling as it moved. And I remember coming out of that like, what the fuck did I just fall asleep? Did I dream? Was I actually asleep? Maybe I actually fell asleep, Monroe Institute. Why do I know of this? This sounds familiar to me. I just spelled institute way wrong, chat, but you couldn't see it. I shouldn't have mentioned it. The world's here. This is bright. The world's leading education center for the study of human consciousness. I wonder how much woo there is in it, though. Is it too wooey? I'm always skeptical of wooey stuff. Oh, I'll check it out. General. Oh, Journeys Out of Body. I remember when I was a kid trying to, can I just copy this? I remember when I was a kid, copy link, trying to have out-of-body experiences. I just want to see this. Wow, it's small. Oh, it's just the image. Okay. I remember trying to have out-of-body experiences as a kid and having really, really interesting experiences. But a lot of my reasoning behind it was because I had severe sleep paralysis. So I would experience hypnagogic hallucinations, gogic, depending on your pronunciation. But, like shadow people, out-of-body experiences. Oh, God, what is it called? Where you wake up within a dream, within a dream, within a dream. There's a name for it. False awakenings. Where you would think that you were waking up and you would go to the door to your bedroom and then you'd wake up in bed again. Yeah, it caused a lot of emotional problems for me as a kid because I was raised in a religious area. So I thought that it was like demons. I thought that there were demons coming to possess me. And it wasn't until I became an adult that I realized, like, oh, this is just a medical thing. I should have known it's just a medical thing. They have a name for it. It's sleep paralysis, you know? Yeah, I got stuck in dreams on 2 occasions, and it was like 2 days apart. And it really messed with me because I knew I was in a dream. I knew I was dreaming. And I'd wake up, I'd get out of bed. I'm like, fuck, please don't still be a dream. And I'd open the door and wake up in bed again. And I'm like, dude. And it felt like I was stuck for weeks inside a dream and a dream and a dream and a dream. And I remember every time I got up out of bed, I would get a little bit further through the house and a little bit further through the house and a little bit further through the house. And I remember coming to the back screen door, and my mom was standing there and it was snowing outside. I'm like, holy shit, is it snowing outside? And she stuck her hand out the door and she like blew it off her palm, if I remember right. And she said, it's not snow. And it turned out it was ash. There was ash falling from the sky, like some end of the world scenario. And then when I woke up, I actually woke up and was like, what the actual fuck is going on? Yeah, with sleep paralysis, it's really, really hard to wake yourself up, even though you know you're experiencing sleep paralysis. You woke up between your bed and the desk. That shit hurt. I will say, if you ever get stuck in sleep paralysis, one thing that you can try to do is control your breathing, because you might not be able to move your body or anything. But your breathing is one of those unique things that is involuntary when you're not thinking about it, but voluntary when you are thinking about it. When you try to breathe, you can. If you don't try to breathe, you're still going to breathe anyway. And so I would purposefully try to breathe as fast as possible. I would try to hyperventilate. Because in my brain, I'm like, if I oxygenate my brain, it will wake me up. And so I'd start just going as fast as I could, and it would wake me out of them. It didn't always work, but a lot of times it would work. It would bring me right out of it. And because a lot of sleep paralysis is nightmarish, it's not fun. It sucks. But yeah, what is the name of the author? Because these pictures are Journeys Out of the Body. I'm assuming it's a Monroe. Journeys Out of the Body. Robert Allen Monroe. I feel like there was a book on out-of-body experiences from the early, or maybe late 19th, early 20th century. When did this guy write books? This must be a lot more recent. Huh. It's interesting because when you get, it's easy to poke fun of this sort of stuff, but you have to understand that so little is known about human consciousness and like what we're actually capable of doing, that it's sort of like frontier science. And a lot of it is going to be wrong, period. Because whenever you're exploring a new territory that hasn't really been explored before, a lot of it is going to be wrong, but the exploration of it should still be respected, because you never know what could come of it, you know? I remember reading up on like the CIA's experiments into remote viewing and the weird stuff they did. And that was a wild rabbit hole to go down, because supposedly they were successful in a lot of cases, which is very difficult to explain. Very, very difficult to explain. But I will try to remember this guy's name. I'll see if I can find some PDFs. You read these when you were in your 20s? Man, I used to have a collection of strange books. Let me check something really quick. I wonder if it's in this. I don't think it is, though. Is it? No. I used to have a hellacious library of all this occult stuff, and I don't know what I've done with it. Yeah, it's probably on an external hard drive somewhere. But I feel like Monroe was one of the names in the books. I don't know. I like stuff like that. I'm not a super big fan of Woo, but I do find it all very deeply interesting. And I usually, what is the word? I will give a thing a shot regardless of what my first impressions are. So when I think about out-of-body experiences, my first thought is, well, that's not really a thing. I don't think that that actually works. But would that keep me from reading this? Absolutely not. It wouldn't. I would still try it out. I would still see. And maybe there's a ton of shit that that I could learn from it. Oh my God, that would be so fucked up. This is a 2007 Toyota Prius tailpipe. Dude, there are some variations on this meme that is so fucked. Are you a fucking dumbass? Yes, you fucking are. What's your Discord username? Oh my God, yeah, because of that situation that occurred recently. You want Discord clout, so you're going to give away classified information? Dude, that looks so cool. That looks super cool. I really like that. Yeah, when I was in my 20s, I read a lot of books about like metaphysics, the occult, parapsychology. I found it all very, very, very interesting. And I don't care what anybody says. I think that Aleister Crowley is a really interesting author. He puts things very eloquently a lot of times, and it's kind of hard to dislike the guy if you actually read his stuff. Although he has some really stupid fiction and some weird erotic poetry and stuff. But he was an interesting guy to read. I think Anton Szandor LaVey was the same way. You know, I'm obviously not a LaVeyan Satanist, but he was an interesting writer. You have to really give him credit for that. There are a couple of people like that if you ignore it based on its premise. Yeah, I still do, I think. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm tripping over everything. Where did I put it? I thought it was down here. Damn it. Well, I promise you I have it, but I don't remember where I put it. I have that and the Satanic Rituals. One of the coolest occult books I ever read was actually, oh God, what is it? Liber Abba, Part 3, Magic and Theory and Practice, which was Aleister Crowley, was really interesting. Liber Null and the Psychonaut, also really, really interesting, although there's a lot of woo in that. There's a lot of woo in that. I find all that stuff really, really interesting. I don't really buy into a lot of it, but I can't help but find it interesting. And I read a lot of it when I was younger. And I used to buy into it when I was like a teenager. I used to be like, oh man, the esoteric is so cool, you know? But as I got older, yeah. Is that what those are? Are those stickers? Dude, that is so smooth. Those are not stickers. Oh, maybe they are. You can kind of see the edge of one right there. That actually looks super sick. I wish I could just sticker any keyboard and make it look that cool. Man, I've got to do a keyboard. Oh, heat gun. That's a good call. That would probably work. I've got to do some more keyboard builds here soon. I really, really, really do. I keep putting it off because I hate spending money. I do. I hate spending money. Let's see if I turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud.
Back everyone, we have gone to great lengths to make this feel just like working from home. Are there still going to be cubicles? No cubicles, open concept workspace.
Are there going to be standing desks?
They're coming next week. Does that mean we're going to get the cum pods too?
So there will be cum pods.
Oh my God.
Working with the design firm to come up with some models.
Sorry, did you say cum pods?
Yeah, so many men during the pandemic became accustomed to relieving themselves once, maybe twice per workday.
Is this a rope pusher 12?
That actually looks like a Boo Radley 337.
Oh my God.
I'm not okay with this. I would prefer there's not cum inside this office while I'm in here.
Okay, well, it's actually a men's health issue, so it's not exactly.
But this one is made in America.
I'm not okay with this.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, most of us got really used to relieving ourselves during Zoom meetings.
Fuck.
They didn't know they were seeing us. This just isn't the same.
And we want to be sensitive to that, so there are going to be cum coats as well. Yeah, for in-person meetings. So.
Why is Bob Seger playing in the background chat? Isn't that against the wind?
Well, is there going to be a safe space for women to come? Thank you.
Now,
when you say women come, what does that mean?
It's a myth. It always has been. All right, listen, boys. I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. I don't know what if I'm gonna play anything. Let me look something up really quick. Faith. Wait. There is something I have to do really quick. Amazon. Please stop finishing this. I've got to look up. Is this my personal account? I think it is. Did I spell that wrong? I believe I did. Yeah, Journey's Out of Body. Let's look that up. I just need to like bookmark one or add it to a list so I don't forget it. It looks weird like that. Where is add to list? Add to list. Oh, it's going to make me sign in. Shit. All right. I'm going to have to go into my personal account, but I don't want too much information to get out. I don't want to show like a credit card or something stupid. Hopefully that wouldn't happen naturally, but and I'll probably look for PDFs of these, but yeah, there we go. Oh, there are audiobooks. That means I can download audiobooks of them. That's sick. Why is it giving me different? It's giving me different results now, chat. Did I type something stupid? Oh, maybe. Ah, that might have been it. No, it's actually giving me different results. I wonder why. What is this? Holy shit, that's a list. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Here, audio. Oh, paperback. There we go. That's why. All right. Add to list. I wanted to add it to a specific list. I should have one called books. Yep. Thank you. There we go. So I can remember that. I'll check it out later. Why do these all have the same format? Wait, is Dusk made by the same people that made Ultra Kill? I didn't know that. Why did I not know that? I did not know that. Champion. Oh, same. Okay. Oh, man. Can you save lists? It's just the publisher, but you can't save this list. Damn, this opens up a lot of cool games to play, though. I'm probably... Okay, I have to actually go into Steam for this. Don't be weird. The reason why I didn't buy this right away is because there's like the Mortis edition has the soundtrack, which I could probably forgo that because I could get the soundtrack off the internet. But there's also this big ass list of games. Then again, the only two I'm really interested in are Faith and Lost in Vivo, because I want to say there's another game in here I already played. Iron Lung, right? I only say 15% with this. I usually do that too, and honestly, it's not that expensive, and the soundtrack does sound pretty rad. I'm trying to think what I want to do. What's Golden Light? Eat weapons, be scared, and question your own mind. What the hell am I watching? That desk is gonna fuck you up, bro. All right, is there actually...
Why would I want to attack myself? Wait, hold on. I'll press H to
Okay.
attack myself. Whoop, I just attacked myself. What the fuck?
The what the fuck game? What the hell is this? This looks crazy. All right, I'm going to add that to wish list. We're not going to worry about that right now. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to add this bad boy. Let's make sure we're not... Yes, purchase for myself. Mortis edition. Yep. Purchase. And I think tomorrow we might start Faith. The problem is I have to be gone the next 2 days after that. So we may wait until later just so that we have some coherency, consistency between streams. Let me make sure this isn't anything too adult here. What is this? 80s horror games? Accept. What is this? Low budget developer making PS1 style survivor horror and 80s slasher games. Power Drill Massacre, Nun Massacre, Night Ripper, and more. All puppet combo games for a subscription? No shit. Okay, I'm going to bookmark this. I'll look into it later. That's really interesting. Let's see, exclusive videos, updates, access to new games, prototypes, experiments. So for $5 a month, I can play all of their games. Let's see what this says. This has a bad habit of saying it's a higher resolution than it is. Are the games good? I'm assuming they are if they made them popular again. PlayStation had some of the best horror games that I know of. Legitimately. They are? Okay, all right. All right, I'll look into it. I'll consider it. $5 a month is... I already have so many monthly, but... Content feed, early access form, download, special thanks. Patron-only content feed. That's it. Some aren't that good, but there's a good amount of absolute bangers. Are they available anywhere else? So, like, if I go into, like, Steam or Itch, can I find Puppet Combo on there? Oh, of course it would do that. Okay, good. It actually only shows the last two numbers. So good luck, you guys. You're not going to be able to... your purchase could not be completed because you look like you already own one of the games. Oh, okay. It's being weird. Give me a second. Faith is what I got, right? Yeah, okay. I got it. It's just the store being weird. And it only showed the last two digits. So you'd have to figure out the absolute rest of my card to be able to... Thank God it did that. That was smart. I'd have to get a new fucking card. If not, I forgot how to spell puppet. I'm not going to lie. Oh, Puppet Combo Bundle. Stay Out of the House, Murder House, Christmas Massacre. Is it just those three? Can it... Oh, here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Wait, no, go back forward, please. Go to the Puppet Combo Publisher. New releases, top sellers. Oh, it's just those three. Patreon is the way to go because the number of them, that makes sense. That does. I was hoping that they would have more listed here so I could look at reviews. Let's look at the most expensive one. Very positive.
Slasher films such as Texas Chainsaw Massacre and The Hills Have Eyes. Stay Out of the House seeks to immerse players in a nostalgic and terrifying atmosphere set between the borders of rural Texas and Oklahoma in the mid-1980s.
I feel like this is giving me way too much content for Halloween this year, I'm telling you. Yeah, I just don't know that I could justify spending $11 a month for a single publisher's games consistently. Like, if I did that, what I would... I don't know why it wouldn't let me pause. What I would do is I would stream the shit out of their games and then probably end the subscription. Until a whole bunch of new stuff comes out and then do it again. You're right.
And finds herself fighting for her survival and escape.
The games do look legit cool, though. No disrespect. How did they capture the analog video vibe? That's an interesting shader.
After a bit of exploration, Roxanne comes to realize that the butcher...
I have no issue at all with buying them. I'm just weird about subscription services. Captain Horse is the same way. Because I have a tendency to forget about a subscription service that I have. And then like a year later, I'm like, why did I spend $120 on this thing? And then I realize, oh shit, I forgot to cancel. I did that with Nexus Mods once. I ended up spending like $60 on Nexus Mods premium account and wasn't using it.
Caged victims and severed body parts. The player will come face to face with some of the killer's sadistic family members, such as Grandma or the baby, who will either hurt Roxanne or reveal her location.
Really? I'm really bad to forget is why. If I had a better memory, I wouldn't worry about it as much. Because honestly, I could probably get through most of the games in 2 months, which would be like $22. And then holy shit, it's totally worth it. $22 is a killer deal for that, you know? I just have to remember. They really nailed the analog horror vibe. They also get the warping right from the field of view, which is a thing that PS1 had problems with.
Tripwires, bear traps, and security cameras, which will only multiply each time they find themselves caught and killed.
Wait, so every time you get caught, it gets harder to not get caught the next time? That's interesting. Oh, that's... Bro, that is brilliant. I did not think of that. That is absolutely brilliant. That is... I had not thought of that. You're a fucking genius. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's exactly what I would do. And in fact, doing that, I would probably like subscribe for a month, shoot them an extra $20 just because fuck it, you know, it's worth it. Here you go. Download everything, unsub. They make like, you know, 30, 40 bucks off of me. I get all their games. Seems fair. Depending on how many games there are, I would have to do some mental calculus whenever the time came, but
The player will be able to use a light meter to know when they're in darkness and when they're in the light. The butcher is deadly, but he can't see very well in the dark. The player will have to learn when to hide in the shadows and when to fight back using weapons scavenged throughout the house. If they're feeling...
I watched a video on shaders the other day. I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but I will definitely look into that. That's actually pretty... I did bookmark this, right? Yeah, that's actually pretty sick. I watched a video on shaders the other day that was interesting. Oh, God. Freya. Game dev. Don't hold me to it. I'm pretty sure this person is... I don't know. Anyway, really good videos. I watched one on shaders. Yeah. I think it was this video. Did I watch this? I watched a big chunk of this, or I listened to a big chunk of it, talking about designing shavers in Unity. I was going to say, I think that this person might be trans, and then I was like, well, if they're not, they might be offended. And I was like, maybe I should just not mention that. Because I like their content. That's all that matters.
Hello, Google Trap.
But they talk about all kinds of different shaders in this video. I watch a lot of I listen to mostly a lot of these things. Like I watched this full thing on splines, and I'm pretty sure I watched the thing on Bezier curves, and I watched the one on shaders. And it just occurred to me that you might want to check them out because you're working on a game in Unity. A lot of them are very, 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 very long. So you probably want to watch them in bits and pieces, but there might be some helpful stuff in there. How is it coming, by the way? How's it coming along? I'm about to jump off here, but I'm curious. Have you made any progress over the course of the last couple days or since I've been gone? Have you done anything super cool? Nope. Well, all right then. I'm kidding. I think Freya Holner, whatever. Doing mechanics and a lot of research. Yeah, research is definitely a thing you have to do if you're going to get into game development, because you're always going to run across problems you don't have the answer to right away. The great thing about Unity, though, is somebody has already probably thought of the problem that you've come up with. Yeah. One thing that would occur to me is to be careful about using like volumetric fog or whatever, because if you obscure too much of the map, then the grandiosity of it will also be obscured. So if you have a scene, for instance, where you want the person to feel incredibly small, obviously part of it would be like controlling the camera and where the camera is positioned. Well, it's first person, so I guess you can't do that. Then the other thing would be to make sure that they see enough that they realize how fucking small they are in comparison to this thing. But you still want that like things disappearing into a distance vibe. In my opinion, it's because of the way that old PlayStation games rendered. It didn't have to render things past the fog. I think Silent Hill was one of the first ones to really do that. Global volume with a lot of scatter for the bloom. Yeah. It just occurred to me, like, if you have a giant empty superstructure room and you can't see any of the objects in it because of the fog, then you might want to tone down the fog in that particular instance just so that people can be like, holy shit, this place is big, you know? But all that is just like case by case stuff. And I'm not actually watching what you're doing, so you probably have already thought of this. In fact, I guarantee you've already thought of all this plus more because you're actually in the nitty gritty. You're actually, you know, in it, doing it. Just occurred to me, nitty gritty might be a phrase you'd not heard. I don't know how common of a phrase it is anymore. I'm not even sure where the hell nitty gritty comes from. In the thick of it, you know. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up, boys. It was fun hanging out today. I will probably start playing Faith tomorrow, just to get back into some games. I don't know how long the stream will be. I'll try to get on a little bit earlier. Because I'd like to have a good long stream, at least until everybody starts going to bed. And then I'll try to be back Friday, but I can't make promises with all the doctor appointments and stuff going on. But yeah. Absolutely do. Yeah, feel free to just absolutely blow up Discord with all the stuff you're building. I'm totally cool. Totally cool with that. And as soon as you have like an alpha or something that people can play, please. I don't mind wandering around in a T-pose if I get to do cool stuff. Or see cool things, you know? I hear so much noise coming through the window. Oh, I'm sure. And I'm sure it's like super early. You're like, dude, what are you talking? Like, you think I'm way further along than I actually am. Yeah, absolutely. Don't feel rushed at all. Just when you do, if you do, hit us up. I'll totally stream it. I'll totally stream me playing with it, unless you don't want me to, and then I won't. I'll just play in my free time. But all right, boys, I have got to get off here. I have to pee really bad, and I need to go get something to eat. $300 price tag. All right. Seems expensive for a game, but sure. No, but seriously, I'm out. Have a good night, Stid. You should try to get some sleep, dude. I'm sure it's getting late. And to the rest of you, I hope to see you tomorrow. Peace out. I did it again, Chad. I always press the wrong one. Have a good night, Stemky. Take it easy, dude. Take it easy, dude.